Hi guys. Hello, hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Hi Shreya. Hi Shuchi. Hi Gopi. Hi Kartike. Good afternoon. Welcome you guys. Hi Adrija. Hi AM. Hi Rayuk. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome, welcome. Am I audible and visible? मेरी शक्ल दिखाई दे रही है और मेरी आवाज सुनाई पड़ रही है? Oh my god, I suddenly went into Hindi and that's like, ooh. Am I audible and visible? Give me a quick yes or no. Check in with me. Okay, wonderful. Hi, Devi. Devika. All right, wonderful. So many of you are here. Welcome, everyone. Okay, so today we are, I hope all of you have hit the like button. किया नहीं है तो कर दो यार फटाफट से. And I hope, of course, I'm sure all of you have already subscribed and shared with your friends and whoever who's preparing for CLAT. So are you ready, guys? Yeah, let's make some noise. Let's give some yes, no, I'm ready. Yay, CLAT is just 2 days away. So I do hope you're all ready. Yes, yes, Gopi, of course. Absolute English. No Hindi at all. Don't you worry. Yeah? Amazing. Amazing and awesome. All right. So, interestingly, I thought, what is it that we should do just 2 days away from CLAT? So, I thought maybe I'll give you some practice. And of course, the thing that is, that's the most interesting thing. Anxiety ho rahi hai. Shreya, why anxious? See, now you're prepared, you've done everything, all your work is sorted, your preparation, different question types, everything is done. So then there should not be too much anxiety. A little bit of anxiety is good. Please understand that. If you're having a little bit of anxiety, that's perfectly okay. Yeah, because a little bit of anxiety actually makes us more efficient. I was once hearing this. Amitabh Bachchan in one of his interviews. And very interestingly, somebody asked him, the interviewer asked him, do you feel nervous when you step onto the stage? You're Amitabh Bachchan, you should not feel nervous, and all of that. So, the wonderful thing that he said was that even now, after so many movies and after so many performances and so many awards, and when I step on the stage, I still have that 1 second of nervousness, and then it goes, and then it brings with it a lot of confidence and all, because of course you've done your bit. So when Amitabh Bachchan, as he is Amitabh Bachchan, when he says that he can do that last minute of nervousness is there, and then yet he goes out and conquers, then anyone who's prepared well enough should have that bit of anxiety, but should not be letting that anxiety overcome you. So I'm hoping that you will not go crazy. There has to be a bit of anxiety, because that makes you more efficient, it makes you more focused, it makes you make sure that you don't make any silly mistakes. So then please don't worry, be happy. It's a good thing that you're a little anxious, a little nervous. That anxiety, nervousness will channel your preparation, you know. So that's the good thing. So I hope you're all ready. I have some questions. Yes? Okay, let's take a look. So what if there's no anxiety for CLAT? Rayuk says that. Well, Rayuk, I just said that you need to have a bit of anxiety. Not a lot of it, but that tiny bit of anxiety will keep you focused and functioning very well. So that's a good thing. Misha. Misha says, IDK, what to do? Just reading my mock. Well, Misha, now is not the time to prepare anything. You've already done everything. So, my suggestion is that over the next 2 days, you just go through a bit of GK, do some revision of GK. Beyond that, maybe you can do your maths formulae a little bit because that's not really asked a lot. But do a bit of legal maxims if you want to revise that, right? Beyond that, don't do anything much. Don't stress yourself out. Today, of course, we've got a very nice long day. I have some lovely passages, and I'm also covering a few passages from the CLAT sample paper that came out. So we'll do that today. So I hope you will be here throughout the day. We will cover different passages at different points of time, and we will cover it all, and let's see how it was. And then, of course, I'm going to be doing a lot of questions for you, which I hope will help you in your exam. Another question from Divyanka, and Divyanka says, ma'am, if in CLAT, if a difficult passage comes, then how to deal with that? Difficult as in difficult to comprehend. Well, Divyanka, okay. My first thought is, good afternoon, Chandralekha. Sweetie, how are you? So my first thought, Divyanka, is that CLAT, if you have noticed over the last 4 or 5 years, the passages are not very difficult to read, right? So that's my number one thought, that the passages generally, as the trend is, the passages are not very difficult to read. There, yeah, sometimes they might be a little complicated, but then it's an exam and it's a tough exam. If all the passages were absolutely easy and the questions were, they went like a snap, then how would the exam people select you? How would they get their best 1,500 people, right? So therefore, a little difficult exam is not a bad thing. If it is difficult to comprehend, then my suggestion is that you slow down by just 30 seconds, okay? And read your passage coolly and calmly, and then go into your questions. And while you're answering your questions, you cross check them again. That's the more important thing, that you keep cross-checking your answers as you go along from the passage, so that you don't find it really difficult. Other than that, I feel that the passages are not very difficult and not very tough to do. Hey Misha, you're just casual wear. Cool, very cool. I'm just reading my mock so that, yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Good. That's a good thing. Hi, Pranav. Hi, Kyle. Sweetie, there is no such thing as an ideal score. Do as many questions as you can. Ideally, finish the entire section, right? Because there are people who will be able to do that. All 24 questions also, if there are 24 questions, right? So therefore, I'm not saying that there's specific something, but whatever. I'm good, Chandralekha. Absolutely. The sample papers of CLAT have the same difficulty of CLAT official exam. Rayuk, yes, almost the same. All right. If you look at CLAT 25, the passages were slightly easier, I will say, because they were definitely slightly easier, and the questions also were slightly easier. So that is the only thing that you should keep in mind. And yeah, so that definitely. Other than that, well, yeah. Will I suggest doing all 24 questions, sweetie? My suggestion is that you do as many questions as you can, right? But don't go crazy, because remember, you have to manage all the sections. So you cannot say that you will just go to one section, okay, and or just crazily do only one thing. No, pace yourself, do all the sections, because of course you have to show competency across all sections. It's not that you can only do one section and crack your exam. So do as much as you can. Ah, so Kyle, of course, remember for your distractors, remember Beast? Somebody must have told you about Beast, correct? We have discussed it. Your teachers would have discussed it in class, how to eliminate options using Beast. So please use that. Remember, B stands for broad or narrow, something that is extremely broad or extremely limited. E is extreme words. So words like no, never, none, will, must, necessarily. A stands for alien, something that's not part of this passage. S stands for sidetrack, which means there's an option which is in the passage but is not the answer. And T stands for tone mismatch, which means the tone of the passage and the tone of the question are not the same, and therefore the answer is not the answer, right? So, therefore, the beast mode is something that you must use, guys. While we are covering today's session, we will talk about this and we will cover a few questions also related to beast. Okay, so that's that. All right, Nanny is asking anybody exam center was in Hyderabad. Of course, Nanny, there will be many people who have exam centers in Hyderabad. Kyle, you can't eliminate all the options. Of course, there's something going wrong. Huh? Last year, CLAT aspirant for the first sample paper of English was too easy. Well, please understand, last year CLAT was very easy. So if you have solved CLAT 2025, you will realize that it was absolutely a cakewalk, right? So therefore, absolutely, it's entirely possible that your questions are, your passages are very, very easy. See, CLAT is more a test of speed than anything else. So, if it is a test of speed, then the passages will be fairly doable, right? Can I inform how much will be the duration of this lecture? This is a marathon session, Ricky. So, we are going to be here from 2 to 8. That's just 6 hours of fun and frolic. And of course, solving a lot of questions, doing some discussions. If you have something interesting you want to talk about, we will discuss all of that. This is your last minute CLAT prep for the verbal section, for the general English section. So I'm hoping that you will join me and we will discuss a lot of things. I have a lot of passages to discuss today. Some of the passages have questions based on grammar, some of them have questions based on vocabulary, some of them have questions based on fact based questions, some of them are logical questions, all different types of questions that you would find in your exam. I'm going to cover today. Also, throughout today's session, I have interspersed some very interesting CLAT sample paper passages also. So, we will cover those also, right? So here's hoping that you will stay with me to till the end of the session, which is just at 8, and we will continue having a lot of fun and a lot of discussions and a lot of questions. Misha, yes, last year's paper was easy. I won't call it moderate. Also, it was, if you for a pinch you can say easy to moderate, but mostly easy. Kartike, the CLAT sample paper this year was pretty easy. Well, from what I've noticed over the last 2 years, CLAT has given you easy stuff. Oh yes. So keep it. I'm hoping it'll be easy. Pranav, should we read the question first or the passage first? Well, Pranav, that's not a question you should be asking me today. Okay. I'll give you my answer for that. Why? Because that means your strategy for reading is not yet fixed, and by now you should have already fixed a strategy for reading. How is it that you read a passage? So till now, that should have been something that you have clarified for yourself. So I'm hoping that you have. Ideally, if it's me and if it's an exam as easy as CLAT, I would power through my passage and then go answer my questions. But if it is a different type of exam, if it's like if it were CAT, I would read my questions first, look at the question stems, then read my passage well enough to understand and answer the question, and then go back to the questions and then answer them. So therefore, this is something that depends on your exam. So maybe for my reading comprehension section, let's say it's a fiction passage or something, I would read my passage quickly and then go into answering the questions. However, for the legal section, I might take a little bit more time, read the passage well, and then see where my questions go. Right? So different people, different thought processes, and different ways of doing it. Okay, Gopi says, ma'am, so last year paper was easy, and yeah, there were many issues in the last year paper. So can we expect a very difficult paper? No, I don't think there will be a very difficult paper. Maybe 10 to 15% up or down on last year's paper, but not like, it cannot be a drastically different paper, right? Chandralekha, can you explain some of the tones and figures of speech while solving questions? We have a few questions on figure of speech also today, Chandralekha, in I think the second session, or maybe the third session. So we will do that. Don't worry. Okay. Murugan, we really don't know if CLAT 26 will be easy or not, but I'm hoping that it will be a sort of moderate sort of paper, which is actually good for students. It is more beneficial if you have a moderate paper as compared to a very difficult paper or a very easy paper. Yes, Pranav, ask. What advice do you want, bete? Acha, the question first or the passage first? Now, for CLAT reading comprehension, you can go with passage first and then questions. And for legal, I'll say go look at the questions and then come and do the passage and then answer the questions. Okay, my thought. Misha says, I have decided to go to questions than to passage. This helps you finding keywords, and you know what? Yeah, you can do that also. Perfectly okay. That's your choice, guys. Please understand, after so many mocks and after so many classes and so much preparation, I am hoping that you are already ready with your preparation and that you know what you need to do. Okay. And therefore, you've already fixed a way of solving your questions. Now, what Misha says also works, that you read the question, look for the keyword in the question, and then sort of go and find your answers, which could work for you, right? So if you're one of those people who want to look at the questions, well, that's perfectly okay, guys. So that would be your choice here. I would not say one particular way is right or wrong. Please understand that. Kyle, my mock always finishes around 15 minutes early, but I've rarely crossed a score of 100. What could I be doing wrong? But if you have that 15 minutes, why don't you invest it in A, maybe doing more questions, B, cross checking your answers? Yeah, I think that makes more sense. If you have 15 minutes, then that essentially means that you have time which you can invest in other sections, or in cross checking your questions, which will work. So do it. Yeah. Are you allowed to mark in the question booklet? Yes, I think so. If you were not allowed to mark in question booklets, how would you solve the DI and all of that? So yes, you're allowed to mark in the question booklet. If there is any change in the directions, please, before you start solving your paper, you must read the directions very clearly once. Okay, do that, because sometimes the directions change, so it is always better to, they give you time for marking, reading your directions or instructions on the question booklet. So take time, read the question booklet properly, and then solve it. What is the urgency there? There is none, right? So don't you worry. There's no need to be like going crazy, and take your time and read the directions very clearly so that you know. See, the directions tell you how many sections are there, how many questions are there, what is the time, what is the negative, right? If there are any changes from the directions, you can know that also. So my suggestion always is that you spend time on doing your directions, on reading your directions very well. Once you've read the directions, then you can jump into your paper straight away and go ahead with whatever you want to do, right? So directions, absolutely read them well. Okay, any other questions, any doubts, any thoughts that you have? Or we can get started with a few questions that I have, right? So I do have a bit of questions and some interesting stuff that we are going to be discussing. So, yeah. Okay, let's get started, everyone. Are you ready now? I'm hoping that you are. And okay, so before I begin, let's quickly take 30 seconds and understand what changed in the sample paper. So the sample paper came out yesterday, right? Now, last year CLAT in the general English section had 4 passages with 6 questions each, right? So that was the pattern. The sample paper this time had 4 passages with 5 questions each and 1 passage with 4 questions, which means that there are 5 passages for you to read. Yeah? So 5 passages. Now, so in your own mind, please keep this in mind that the exam might give you 5 passages. Okay, so don't panic, don't worry. If you do get 5 passages, it's all right. So that's why I said read the directions very clearly. Okay, don't panic. You get 5 passages, that's all right. You're still going to do as many questions as you've been doing earlier. Okay, so don't panic, just get on with doing the questions. So that's what I will say here. Now so this is for the English section. Now in the reasoning section, so the logical reasoning, it was 4 passages into 6 questions last year. And in the sample paper also, it's the same. There are 4 passages with 6 questions. So now, to be very honest, we don't know really if they're going to stick to the 4 passage 6 questions, or they will give you a different pattern. So when you open your paper, you must make sure that you're very careful and you check how many passages are there. Okay, so that you do those passages properly and you're able to answer all the questions. Okay, so don't panic. If you do get one extra passage, it's nothing bad. Okay, all you will need to do is tweak your timing a little bit here or there. So you can tweak your timing a little bit. Instead of taking, let's say, 4 minutes per passage, take 3.5 minutes per passage and get on with your passage. So don't worry, and just make sure that you're doing this. So this was my caveat or my gyan for your paper. Now, like I said, remember the beast code while you're eliminating options. Beast is very, very easy, but also very helpful while we eliminate our options. Okay, so here is my first passage for you today. We've got a lot of passages. Here's my okay. So before we begin, very, very quickly, quick announcement. CLAT 2026 exam day. Right after your exam, what are you going to do? You're going to have first impressions straight away. There will be exam analysis. We will solve the paper. The score calculator will come out, and also your rank predictor will be there. So all you need to do is come to the CL-LST YouTube channel and get your first impressions right after the exam. Come into your exam analysis. We get to solve your paper. We'll calculate, the score calculator will be there. So you can start putting in your scores, and then of course get your percentile and your rank predictor in also. So the minute you come out of the center, once you've looked at your paper, come quickly, log on to the first impressions. We will give you the first impressions very, very quickly. So what has happened, you get to know all of that. Okay, so the exam day, I'm hoping that you will all be with us and we'll all be working together and solving the paper. Okay, so here's my first set of questions for you. Here you go. I hope you're able to read this. I'm going to remove myself from the screen so that you're able to read properly. All right, I'm assuming that you have read it. Okay, so I'm going to take you to the first question now. Here's my first question. What's the primary purpose of the author? Is it A, to analyze the significance of Samantha Harvey's novel Orbital as a work of fiction? Is it to explore a profound perspective on humanity's relationship with Earth? Is it to critique a novel's exploration of themes like unity, environmental awareness, and the interconnectedness of human actions and planetary well beings? Or is it to discuss a novel's relevance to the current geopolitical tension and climate crisis? Here you go. Come on, guys. Let's get your answers in, everyone. This is question number 1. Okay, Gopi says D. Akash says B. I've started getting my answers. Come on, everyone, quick. Devika says D. Kartikeya says D. Shuchi says D. Kyle says C. Nidhi says C. All right, let's take a look. I'm hoping that you will all keep answering, and I will give you my answer in between. So the primary purpose of the author. Now, this question is essentially a very general question. It is a global question, right? Now, when you're looking at global questions, essentially you are looking at what is the author trying to say, what is this passage, about. Okay, the purpose question is just a twin of the main idea question. What is the author trying to tell you? So take a look. To look at the earth from space is like a child realizing for the first time that the person in the mirror is herself. What we do to the earth, we do to ourselves, said Samantha Harvey in her acceptance speech. Her winning novel Orbital offers a perspective from space. Okay, set on the ISS, it records one day of viewpoints of 6 astronauts and then so on. This message of unity is embodied in the characters' cooperation. They're drinking each other's urine, they're catching each other, but it also reminds us of humanity's impact, such as typhoons to visible borders. Like last year's winner, Paul Lynch's prophet song, Orbital uses a confined setting to explore larger themes. Okay, so we are talking about this. Or as space tourism era rises and international cooperation wanes, Orbital feels timely. At a moment of geopolitical tension in COP29, it offers a vital perspective. Earth as a fragile, united whole, looking at ourselves in the mirror has never been more urgent. Now, the primary purpose of the author here is to analyze the significance of Samantha Harvey's novel Orbital as a work of fiction. No, it is not to analyze the significance of Harvey's novel as a work of fiction. So it's clearly not A. Look at B. To explore a profound perspective on humanity's relationship with Earth. Well, this can be an answer because if you look at it, the very first paragraph says it's like looking at yourself. And then her novel offers a perspective from space. And then Orbital feels timely because Earth is a fragile whole and all of that. So B can be a choice for us. Look at it. To critique a novel's exploration of themes like unity, environmental awareness, and the interconnectedness of human action and planetary well-being. Okay, but were we talking about the to critique the novel? Did the author critique the novel? Not really. It does not say what's good or what's bad about the novel. It just tells you this is the novel. To discuss a novel's relevance to the current geopolitical tensions and the climate crisis. Now, for all those who did mark option number D, and I am seeing quite a few D's also here. I can see Shreya, CLAT aspirant, Nirdhi, Chandralekha, Colors of Life, Shubhi, so many D's there. Now, if you look at all of these D's, the problem with option D is, does it discuss the novel's relevance to the current geopolitical tensions? Where have we mentioned the geopolitical tensions? Take a look at the passage and show me. Whichever paragraph, only in the last paragraph, one small part of the passage says international cooperation wanes. But did we really talk about the novel's relevance to the current geopolitical tension? We did not, right? So, therefore, not D. The best answer for us here will be option number B, to explore the profound perspective that on humanity's relationship with Earth. Of course, it is through the novel's relevance only, but the purpose is to say that we are looking at the novel. Okay? All right, let's look at the next question. The passage can be described as what sort of writing? Is it persuasive, analytical, argumentative, or expository? Critique is negative, yes. Absolutely, Kyle. Okay. The first lines are very important, of course. The first and the last lines of the paragraphs are generally the most important ones for identifying what is the theme of that particular passage. All right, let's take a look at this. What is the correct answer? You can tell me. What sort of passage is it? Is it persuasive? Is it analytical? Is it argumentative? Is it expository? Clearly not persuasive, because it's not trying to convince you to something. Not even argumentative, again, where you are talking of one sort of writing only. Expository is being very detailed and factual about something, again, not that. So my best answer will be the analytical one. Yes, which is what so many of you have given me. Option number B. Yes, very good. Kyle, Mana, Devika, Shuchi, Nirdhi, Adrija, Nidhi, Adoksh, Chandralekha, Kartikesh, Shubhi, Akarsh, Harshil. Very nice. Yes. Excellent. All right. Let's go to the next one. Okay. Here is your next passage. I'm going to give you a minute to read, 2 minutes to read, and then we will discuss this one. Okay. I'm moving on myself out of the screen for you to have enough space to read. Your 2 minutes begin now. All right. I'm hoping that you have read the passage. Wonderful. And here's your question. So, which of the following best describes the author's main point? Is it A, democracy thrives on free speech, but it is often misused by public figures? Is it B, that democracy and free speech are inseparable and restrictions are unnecessary? Is it C, that public speech differs from private speech, requiring separate considerations? Or is it D, that free speech must balance with reasonable restrictions imposed by the state? Okay, Harshil says B, Shubhi says B, Aryan says C, Adoksh says B, Varshini says D, Colors of Life says D, Chandralekha D, Akarsh D, Harshil B, Nirdhi D, Kartikeya D. All right, I'm getting so many Ds. I got one A also from someone. Yeah. All right, let's take a look. So, what is it that the author really wanted to tell you? So, in the first part of the passage, he spoke about this actor Kasturi who's been arrested because of hate speech, and says that, all right, this is perfectly okay. One cannot but agree with the High Court's position that speakers using public platform need to observe caution. And then he says, but arrest should not be the reflexive response. So every time somebody transgresses, you cannot arrest, right? So therefore, he is essentially saying that anyone who's in the public space must be able to speak, but must keep reasonable restrictions in their mind. Now, democracy thrives on free speech, but it is often misused by public figures. But did he really say that it is often misused? Could I have taken often misused by public figure as anywhere, as the author saying this thing? Not really. Democracy and free speech are inseparable and restrictions are unnecessary. But the author has not really said that restrictions are unnecessary. He has, in some place, said that restrictions may be needed because public personalities have a responsibility to ensure that their words are right. Correct? So, not that. Look at see, public speech differs from private speech. But did we speak about public and private speeches? We did not. So, free speech must balance with reasonable restrictions imposed by the state, which of course should be the author's main point and your correct answer. All right, let's look at 4. What is the overall tone of the author? Let's take a look. Is it argumentative and critical? Is it analytical and cautionary, satirical and discursive, and expository and laudatory? Now, my thought is it laudatory at any point of time? Is it discursive? Is it cautionary? Is it critical? Clearly, it's not laudatory. So, therefore, D I can eliminate very easily. Right? Can I also eliminate C because is it really satirical? For any article to be satirical, there would have to be some sort of a mockery or taunt that is being made on some sort of social institutions, right? Some social issue, some social institution, some government institution should be mocked through some sort of symbolism. Then only it can be satire. So, therefore, C and D are really not the right choices. Now, between A and B, is it analytical and cautionary or is it argumentative and critical? Well, let's take a look. Adrija, Saran, Shakar, so many of you are giving me B as the correct choice, which it should be, that it is analytical and cautionary. Cautionary in the very tone of the passage. Kasturi episode should remind public speakers. See, he says here, should remind public speakers that while the principle of freedom of expression is vital to any democratic and vibrant society, its existence is bound by reasonable restrictions. So, therefore, you cannot go blindly into anything. Therefore, this cautionary is a very good clue here to our correct answer. Right? So, the correct answer will be B, not A. Okay? All right, let's look at the third passage. Let's do this one. Again, I'm moving myself out. All right, I hope you have gone through this. I'm going to take you to the first question now. Suggest a suitable title for the passage. All right. So, what is the suitable title for this passage? Very quickly, tell me. Is it industrial exploitation of olive oil? Is it how Odysseus used olive oil to gain immortality? Is it history, symbolism, and transformation? Is it role of olive oil in the Mediterranean lifestyle? Come on. Okay, question number 5. I'm getting C as my answer. A lot of you have given C. Oh, almost everyone has given C. Yes, very good. C is the correct answer, you guys. Absolutely. The passage very clearly said few foods can compete with olive, and then he gives you the story of its rich history, what it is, and then talks about how it was useful, right? So therefore, history and symbolism and transformation of olive oil, not the role of olive oil in the Mediterranean lifestyle, because the lifestyle is not really it's not being spoken of in that way. It says it sells in a pricey green bottle that promises a Mediterranean lifestyle. But what is the Mediterranean lifestyle doesn't really say. How Odysseus used olive to gain immortality, again, it's not in the first part of the passage. It's only a partial answer, so no. And then industrial exploitation, of course, was not the right answer. Okay, the passage is most likely an extract from. Where have we taken this passage from? Is it a newspaper editorial? What is it? Is it an economic survey report? Is it a medical journal publication? Is it a lifestyle magazine article? What is this? Okay, I've started getting some answers from you guys. D. Okay, it's clearly not an economic survey report and it's not a medical journal. So I can eliminate B and C. Is it an editorial? But the language does not really feel like an editorial. So therefore, it's an article in a lifestyle magazine. When it is more casual in nature, okay, more storytelling in bent, then clearly it is an article from a lifestyle magazine. The editorial would be more formal in language. The vocabulary would be much more formal, the language would be much more formal, the tenor of the passage would be much more formal, which it is not here. And also it will be very opinionated, because the editorials are generally opinions of leading people in the country, right? So that kind of language is not here, therefore not an editorial. All right, here's the next passage. Passage number 4. Kyle, please understand. Yeah, let's just go back to this question only. I will take a minute and understand that an editorial in a newspaper will always be a little more formal in nature. I'm sure you have read an editorial. So if you look at People magazine, okay, versus let's say in India Today, okay, versus let's say the Hindu. If you look at the tenor of these three magazines, or newspaper and magazine, Hindu being a newspaper, India Today and People being magazines. People is a lifestyle magazine. India Today is also it's not a lifestyle magazine, it is a current affairs magazine. It tells you what is happening in the world. And the Hindu is a newspaper, which of course the goal is to tell you about this. Now the People magazine will always be more casual in nature in its language, okay, in terms of language. India Today will be more formal, and the Hindu will be most formal in nature, and the Hindu editorial is of course even more formal. The kind of language that you would use in People will also incorporate slangs. India Today, you will have no slang, right? Hindu will be no slang, very formal, very strict vocabulary, right? So the style of writing of an editorial vis-a-vis a current affairs magazine, vis-a-vis a lifestyle magazine will be very, very different. Okay. So that's why we know very clearly that it's not an editorial. Also, if it were an economic survey report, it would have more data, right? More choices in that term. More data would be there, more technical, more specific points would be given as to, let's say, how much olive is grown there, how much of it is converted into olive oil, how much is sold in the food market, how much is, so that kind of details would have been there in an economic survey report, which is what you would expect, right? What is the total amount of the olive economy? You would talk about those things in an economic survey report. Medical journal, you would talk about the, let's say, the advantages of olive on your hair, the advantages of olive oil on your gut health, the advantages of olive oil on your skin health. So to be in a medical journal, you would have to look at it, the article would discuss that. No, if it's a medical journal, why would an article talk about the history of it, or how it has come through, how people have talked about it in history? A medical journal would talk about how beneficial it is and what is the research that is proving that. You get it? So therefore, when you're looking at the what type of question it is, it's very important to understand the article per se. Right now, if we are to read this article, let's take 30 seconds and read it. It says few foods can compete with olive oil. Its salubrious properties have turned it into one of the most recognizable symbols of healthy living, as well as a sign of tacit resistance to the industrialization of food and loss of authentic flavors. Its rich history, stretching back to the Greeks, Egyptians, and Babylonians, plays an enormous part in its ongoing symbolic association. Then, across a range of Mediterranean culture, olive oil has been an inordinately versatile and useful product, regarded as a means of connecting with the divine. So it's also connecting with the God. Now imagine, look at these stories about what is olive oil to the people. Today it is selling in these green bottles which promise a Mediterranean lifestyle, and yet the flavor of the EVO is a modern invention. The trail of its peppery note leads straight to the core of industrial revolution. So now we are talking of the history. Where did this EVO come from? EVO is extra virgin olive oil. Then Homer calls Odysseus polytropos, a man of many ways who can transform himself. And olive oil is involved in these transformations. As when on his return to Ithaca, Odysseus relies on olive oil to become younger, stronger, and more beautiful. He carved his wedding bed in an olive tree also, which has grown deeply. So these references are not incidental. The olive tree and its fruit juice are ancient symbols of vitality, rootedness. Mediterranean culture, what do they signify? So now look at this article. Can this be a medical journal? It cannot, because you're talking of the history, how it is symbolic, how it is connected to the people, and so on, right? So therefore it cannot be economic survey, it cannot be medical journal, it can only be an article in a lifestyle magazine. The lifestyle magazine can cover something in so many ways. So it talks of the symbolism, it talks of, I'll go back to this question also, the suitable title. If we were to look at this question also, now I'm just going to take a moment and talk about this. Industrial exploitation of olive oil. The word exploitation has very negative connotations. But the minute you read this passage, did you at any point of time feel that there was exploitation? Tell me. I've come to the previous question because I wanted to handle this thing also, because these two are very beautiful connections. Was the passage negative in its tone at any point of time about olive oil? It was not, right? It did not say anything negative, right? So, therefore, to say that industrial exploitation of olive oil happened would not be right. Now, look at this B. How Odysseus used olive oil to gain immortality. Wonderful. One, where does it say that he gained immortality? He became younger, stronger, and more beautiful through olive oil. Then he carved his wedding bed in the olive tree. Why? Because olive is a symbol of vitality and rootedness. Correct? So, therefore, B would not be the answer because B doesn't work here. The history of olive. Yeah, we've spoken about it, right? How this stories coming from industrial revolution and reinvention of olive oil as a global commodity. We've spoken of the mythology, Homer, Odysseus. Odysseus is mythology, right? Symbolism. How is olive a symbol of vitality and rootedness? That connection, and how olive oil transformed into something very normal, from something very normal and commonplace in the Mediterranean region to something that is much sought after in the world, right? So that was what this passage was. Now look at the role of olive oil in the Mediterranean lifestyle. Did we really talk about that role of the olive oil in the lifestyle? We did not, right? So therefore, you couldn't have taken any of the other options. Now, another question that came to me, we chose, Kyle says, can't we say that the language is a little reporting? Yes, but a lifestyle magazine is also reportage, isn't it? Kyle, please pay attention that when you come to a lifestyle magazine, that's also reportage. That may be a different style of reporting, but isn't it still a reportage? Yeah, it is. So remember that. I did not say that this was not reporting. It is reporting. Okay. I'm coming to your question, CLAT aspirant. Huh? We chose the title as History, Symbolism, and Transformation, which more suits an editorial than a magazine. Sweetie, please understand that editorial and magazine are all reportage only, all different types of reporting. The newspaper is more towards giving you an update on what's happening in the world now. The magazines are what happened in the world in the past 15 days, past 1 month. Do I have something of interest to give to you? Not your everyday, how many pockets were picked and what was the AQI of this country and stuff like that. You understand? So, the purpose of the lifestyle magazine vis a vis the purpose of the newspaper editorial is different. And that is why this article cannot be called a newspaper editorial. Because please understand, olive, unless it is, you're talking of the olive oil business, and let's say how it has gone into China and changed the lifestyles or lives of so many people, till that time, this cannot really be an editorial worthy issue. You understand? Editorial worthy issue, it has to be something that is worth being an editorial. So, therefore, all right. Okay. CLAT aspirant says, can the tone of the passage be laudatory? Now, laudatory means you are praising Olive. But did we really praise Olive at this point of time? It's a very positive article for Olive, right? So if I had to pick a tone, I could have picked positive. Can I say that the author is praising Olive? Not really. He doesn't praise it. He's spoken about it in very positive terms, but can I really say it is laudatory? For laudatory, the element of praise would have to come a little more clearly, right? So not in a very big way. If there is no other choice, I could have gone with laudatory also. Okay. According to the fourth line, across a range of Mediterranean culture, olive oil has been an inordinately versatile and useful product, even regarded as a means of connecting with the divine. Well, yes, here he does say something really nice about olive. Okay, so I can take that. Like I said, if I'm in a pinch, I could go with laudatory also. But it's more factual, more informative in tone and tenor than anything else. Okay. So, all right. Okay, let's go to the next one. I really like this passage. Huh? Okay, here's your next passage. Let's read this. I'm moving myself out. I'm giving you a minute to All right, I've put out this first question. Okay, here's your first question from this. What's the central theme of the passage? The extraordinary lives and fading legacy of the Mitford family in modern popular culture. A detailed analysis of Nancy Mitford novel The Pursuit of Love and its adaptations, a comparison of the Mitford family with other British aristocratic families, or the decline of British literature in the 20th century. Remember, the central theme questions should be answered by looking at what keywords are being repeated throughout the passage. That really points to, what is the central theme. Ask yourself, okay, what is this author trying to tell me? Is the author trying to talk about a novel? Is it talking about a family? Is it a comparing one family with the others? Or is it talking about British literature? What is the author talking about? Now, I know very clearly, and I've read it and I've understood it, that this author is not talking about the decline of British literature. Not at all. And that's a very broad term, right? It is not. Is he comparing one family with other British aristocratic families? But where is the other British aristocratic family that you're comparing? This one. It doesn't. The author doesn't compare, no? So it's not C. A detailed analysis of Nancy Mitford's novel, The Pursuit of Love and its adaptation. We have said the combined star wattage of Lily James, Andrew Scott, Emily Mortimer, and Dominic West could not rescue the recent adaptation of Nancy Mitford's delightful The Pursuit of Love from vanishing into the depths of Amazon Prime. Whoa, but it doesn't give you a detailed analysis, just one line. So, no. The extraordinary lives and fading legacy of Mitford family. Okay, so we started with Mitford family in the earlier 20th century was one such group who were previously unremarkable and suddenly erupted and conquered the world, right? And then it talks about who are this family. And then he says, much like the idea of Britain as a great power, the Mitfords are fading from popular consciousness. So it's now going down, and then the rest of it is a description of this, right? So therefore, the best answer for us was option number A, which said this, that this passage is talking about this family and how they grew suddenly and how they fell. But not how, but that they did grow and that they did fall. So that's your answer. All right, let's look at the next question. Okay, here is your question. Take a minute, read, and we will solve it. I'm waiting to see if all of you have gone through the passage. All right. It's quite possible, beta. We try and put out different types of questions. I will be in this segment also. There will be one from the CLAT sample paper also. So I'm going to give you lots of experiences of different types of articles so that you get comfortable. All right. This is a very lovely one. That it talks about three different speeches from three different people. Okay. Here's your first question. The main idea of this passage. What is the main idea? What is it that the author really wants to tell you? Okay, Pranav. Nice. So this question says, what's the main idea? That all leaders should be accomplished public speakers? An impactful speech can convey a strong message to the listeners. A speech should sound pleasing to the ears of the listener, or a public speaker should be bold and argumentative. Now, anytime, like I said in the previous question, also, when we are looking at the main idea question, please look for words which are repeated. And I have marked those words for you. So, we were talking about public speaking, where we said speeches, 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 speeches. I don't know, I will find many more speeches here. Do you see that? I don't know. I can, if I can find so many here. Speeches. Yeah. So you will be able to see so many speeches here. And it gives you three very beautiful speeches. Yeah. Uh, Chief Joseph, then Winston Churchill, and then William Faulkner. Right. All of these three very interesting speeches. So is this passage about leaders? Is this passage about an impactful speech? Is this passage about a speech? Or is it about public speakers? Now, very clearly, the passage was not about leaders, and therefore A cannot be my answer. Similarly, D is also not right. Okay? Do you understand? So that's why A and D cannot be my choices here. My best two choices, B and C. In that also, C, I know, sound pleasing. No, a speech should have a long lasting impact. It should make you think. It should have a message, and that's what the author was saying. And therefore, yes, B will be the correct answer. Absolutely. Okay. What is the tone of the surrender speech? Is it satiric, optimistic? Is it poignant? Is it narcissistic? Number one, what is the meaning of these words? What is the meaning of satiric? Who will tell me what is the meaning of satiric? Anyone knows what is the meaning of satiric? Anyone knows what is the meaning of poignant? Give me the meanings of these words. I really want to know. I don't want the answer. I'm sure you can give me the answer. All if you're such smart people. So, satire is, remember, we spoke about this earlier, it is mockery. Right? When you're mocking someone, you're making fun of someone, you're teasing or taunting someone, but it's always with a sense of humor. So that's satire. So clearly not. Look at this. He says the speech included those words. It is cold and we have no blankets. The children are freezing to death. I want time to look for my children and see how many I can find. Maybe I shall find them among the dead. Hear me, my chiefs, I am tired. My heart is sick and sad. I will fight no more forever. Children are freezing to death. We have no blankets. I want to see how many of them I can find. I'll find them. Look at the tone of this. Is it optimistic? No, he's not saying the world is going to change beyond imagination. It will be a wonderful world. Saying, we will not fight ever. Is it narcissistic that I am the best? No, narcissism means talking about yourself, only thinking of yourself. So clearly not that. So poignant would be the best choice for us here. Poignant means sentimental, emotional, something that touches your heart, right? Yes, absolutely. Bittersweet, wonderful. Satiric is mocking, yes, very good. Marked by bitterness, very good, yes, yes. Poignant is bittersweet, yes. And this is bittersweet. No, he's giving up. He's stopping fighting, and he's saying that, oh, I now need to find the bodies of my young children. Or children means my people, my soldiers, right? So, of course, it is bittersweet. It is something that touches your heart. Okay? Very emotional. Narcissistic is when you are praising yourself, it is self praise and nothing else. And clearly, that was not the tone of this speech at all. Right? All right, let's look at the next one. Okay, it is evident Churchill wished his countrymen. What did Churchill want to do with this speech? Yes, narcissistic absolutely is boasting about yourself. You are only focused on yourself. You're saying, okay, you are the best. There is no one else who's as good as you are. Churchill's speech is definitely optimistic. I'm getting so many D's from you guys, huh? Let's read this. What is Mr. Churchill saying? Okay, so he says during the World War II speech, we shall fight on the beaches, delivered by Winston Churchill, is considered a high powered speech that strengthened the determination of those present in the House of Commons. It's trying to strengthen the determination. Even though large tracts of Europe and many old and famous states have fallen or may fall into the grip of the Gestapo and the odious apparatus of Nazi rule, we shall not flag or fail. See, he's saying that we will not tire or fail. We shall go on to the end. We shall fight in France. We shall fight on the seas and the oceans. We shall fight with growing confidence and growing strength in the air. We shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing ground. He is saying we are going to fight everywhere. There's not a single place that we are not going to fight. So is he informing people? No. Is he warning against the futility of war? He has not said, oh, war is useless. Remind how their endeavors have failed miserably? Of course not. So reassure that they will combat fiercely under all circumstances, whatever be the place. They're going to fight like anything, right? Yes. Wonderful. What a beautiful speech this is. And this is so inspirational also, right? When your leader says that we will fight, it is definitely very, very inspirational. There's no other way you can call this. It is very inspirational. Right? All right. Let's go to the next one. Which of the following is least likely to be used to describe Churchill? Resolute, undaunted, complacent, unwavering. Okay. What will you not call Churchill? He's saying, I'm going to fight my enemy anywhere and everywhere. So, can I call him resolute? Resolute means what? Steadfast. I will stick to my things. Yes. Undaunted, unafraid. Yes, he's unafraid. Absolutely. Can I say he's complacent? He's lazy. He's happy with what he has got. No, he's unwavering, again, steadfast. So clearly, what he is not is complacent. So that will be your answer. Very beautiful, huh? Okay. In the sentence, the poet's voice need not merely be the record of man, it can be one of the props, the pillars to help him endure and prevail. Faulkner has used what to convey the power of a poet's writing. Okay, very beautiful passage, huh? Is he using a metaphor, a simile, an onomatopoeia, or a transferred epithet? Come on. Okay, let's take a look. Okay, now I want you guys to tell me. So the poet's voice need not merely be the record of man, it can be the prop, the pillar. So he is comparing the poet's voice to a prop or to a pillar, right? So what is he using? He is using a metaphor. How is a metaphor different from a simile? Can someone tell me? Who will tell me how is it different? Very good. Yes, Aryan, absolutely. The similes use words of comparison. So if you are using as or like, then it is going to be a simile. So when you compare two things which are different by with using words of comparison such as or like, it's a simile. When you just do a comparison without using any word of comparison, it is called a metaphor. So he fought like a lion. You've heard of this, right? He fought like a lion. Is a simile. He was a lion on the battlefield. That's a metaphor. That's the metaphor. Okay. Who will tell me what's an onomatopoeia? Give me an example, everyone. Quickly, give me examples of onomatopoeia. How many of you know what it is, and how many of you can give me an example? Figures of speech are something that's very, very popular in CLAT. Very good. Onomatopoeia is words of sounds, right? Very nice. Yes. So when you write down the names of sounds, that's onomatopoeia. So, yes, gulp, thud, sizzle, bang, meow, moo, clang, tring, tring. Yes. So all these, the sound words, yeah, thud, bang, all of those. That is called your onomatopoeia. Very good. Okay, what's a transferred epithet? I want to take a minute with you and talk to you about a transferred epithet. Yes, sounds are called onomatopoeia. Very good, colors of life. Very nice. Okay. Who will tell me what is a transferred epithet? Attaching a wrong noun to a subject in a way that adds to the context. A lonely road or nervous laugh. Okay, very good. So in transferred epithet, The quality of a person is transferred to a thing. Okay, please understand, the quality of a person is transferred to a thing. Okay, for example, if a person is not able to sleep, you say it was a sleepless night. So we are saying that the person was sleepless, but what we have defined is that the night was sleepless. So this is a case of a transferred epithet. Yeah. Yes. It is an effect that you put of one thing, of a person. Whatever the person is feeling, that feeling is transferred to a thing. Okay. That's called, yeah, absolutely. The person is transient. The feet are not transient, no? Like I spent a restless night yesterday. Okay. Or I had a very tiring day. Now the day is not tiring, no? I was tired. You understand? I was tired. So my tiredness had transferred to the day. So that's how you transfer an epithet. Epithet is a name. Okay, so you transfer an epithet by talking about uh, something that happens to the person in the context of a thing. So you're transferring the feeling. Yes, a knowing smile. The smile doesn't know, the person knows. Correct. Very nice. Very good. Okay. I'll ask you two more. Huh? Okay. What is a metonymy? And what is a synecdoche? What's the difference between a metonymy and a synecdoche? Hmm. Yeah. Who will tell me what is a metonymy and what is a synecdoche? So in synecdoche, it is always a part to whole relationship. Okay. So a part is representing a whole, or the whole is representing a part. Okay. So that's synecdoche. I hope I've got this right. I always tend to confuse myself between the two, but I think I've got it right. So, for example, wheels for a car, boots for a person, right? This is called synecdoche. Metonymy is, yeah, correct. Metonymy is you associate something with another thing. For example, the White House is angry. Okay. What do you think is the White House? The US government, right? That. Give me some other example of Hollywood or Bollywood. The word is a representation of the film industry, right? So that's metonymy or that's synecdoche. Now, these are used very popularly and very commonly, and that is why you should know them. Figures of speech, definitely you should know a few. Yes, crown for monarchy, absolutely. Absolutely, absolutely. Crown or scepter. Yes. Very nice. Yes. So these, of course, figures of speech you should know, because a lot of times the exams do ask you some of the popular ones. Okay. All right. Now, this is a CLAT sample. I thought we will discuss that also. Okay. Yeah, the press won't let it go. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. Let me just take another moment and quickly talk about a few more. Huh? Okay. So, what is a euphemism? Quickly. And what is a dysphemism? You can write these down also, euphemism, dysphemism, some of the most popular ones. Okay. Who knows what is a euphemism? Yeah, very good. Very good. Kyle has given me a correct answer that euphemism is when you use a softer word to convey a meaning. Very good. It's less harsh. Very nice. So, yes, instead of saying he's dead, you would say he's no longer with us, he's moved on to another world, right? Something like that. Yes, he's passed away. Very good. Very nice. Dysphemism is the exact opposite. Very good. So, euphemism is a less harsh way of saying something, and dysphemism is more harsh. Okay, it is harsher, clearly. Right? So, for example, somebody somebody loses their job. You don't say he's fired. What do you say? He got pink slipped. He no longer works with us. Something like that. Right? Dysphemism is saying something harshly. So, for example, somebody is dead, you say he's in the boneyard. Okay, that's very harsh. For your spouse, generally for your wife, you say ball and chain. Very harsh. Somebody is pregnant, you say they got knocked up. Okay, that's dysphemism. So, using something harsh will be dysphemism. Okay, what is the difference between personification and apostrophe? Yes. What's the difference between these two? Personification and apostrophe. Double quotes. That's such a sweet way of saying it. No, no, no. Yes, giving person-like qualities to non-living things is personification. Very good. Harshil, very good. Yes, giving personal human-like qualities to non-living things is personification. So my car clanged, my car groaned on the way to the hill, right? So car groaning is personification. Okay. So that's apostrophe. That's personification. What's apostrophe? Very nice, Kyle. Apostrophe is addressing something that does not exist. And how do you address something that does not exist? So you say, oh, Caesar, I wish you were here. Okay. So when you address someone with this, oh, something, that's called apostrophe. Okay. So that's your apostrophe. Okay. When you repeat the starting letters, okay, of any word. What is that called? Anyone who knows that? Yes, Kyle, very good. Absolutely. Oh, time, I beg you to slow down. This is apostrophe. Alliteration, Kartike, very good. Can someone give me an example of an alliteration? Anyone? Who knows what is? Give me one example of alliteration. Very nice. Yes, Kartike. Excellent. Excellent. She sells seashells on the seashore. Very good. That's an alliteration. So, alliteration, what we do is we repeat the first letter, right? My favorite one is Betty Botter bought some butter, but the butter was so bitter that Betty Botter bought some better butter to make the bitter butter better. Now, if you do this fast, it becomes a tongue twister, right? Like kacha papad pakka papad. I can't do that ever. But yeah, Betty Botter bought some butter. Yes. Yeah, see, Kyle? Yeah, Seven Sisters slept on sand. Very good. Yes, you know that. That's an alliteration. Very nice. Very nice. When the first sound is an S sound, that's called sibilance. Okay. So the S sound of the repetition of the S sound is called sibilance. Okay. Okay. So when you say the surreptitious snake, yes. Yes, Kyle. Sibilance is a subcategory. Yes. So, like Shuchi has given us this seven sisters slept on sand. Now, this is called a sibilance when you repeat just the S. Now, when you repeat the inner vowel sound, okay, when you repeat the inner vowel sound, that's called assonance. Okay, it's called assonance. So, for example, the rain in Maine stays mainly in the plains. Okay, or the rain in Spain stays mainly in the plains. So, rain, Maine, plain, all of that. Onomatopoeia is just the sound of words. Okay, it's the sound of words. So, that's assonance. Okay, all right, let's go to the passage. This is a CLAT sample passage. So, read it and then we will discuss it. Okay, I'm moving myself out of the screen. I'll give you 2-3 minutes. All right. Okay, let's take a look at this question. I hope you've read the passage. This is one of the CLAT sample paper passages that just got released yesterday. So, what is the main point of the passage? It's such a nice question, huh? What is the main point? The main point was mental health has always been inadequately addressed. No, that the Supreme Court made mental health a fundamental right, that WHO considers mental health unimportant, or that only physical health has constitutional protection. Okay. So clearly it is not D. Only physical health has constitutional protection. That's false. So let's eliminate that. WHO considers mental health unimportant. Again, false. So let's eliminate that also. Mental health in India has always been adequately addressed is an extreme option, right? So clearly not that also. So the best answer would be option number 2, that the Supreme Court's ruling made mental health a fundamental right, bridging gaps in law and access. Yeah, that is the option. That was the option. It was in two parts. Accidentally ho gaya tha, right? So therefore, that is the option in law and access. That could not be a separate part, right? So that was part of option number 2 only. That was my copy pasting mistake, nothing else. All right, so correct answer option number 2 or B. All right, let's look at the second question. Which of these can be reasonably inferred about mental health law before 2025? Inferred means you understand it from the passage that is given. Mental health was largely neglected despite the 2017 Act. The 2017 Act fully resolved mental health challenges. India had no international obligations on mental health, and emergency treatment excluded mental health. Okay. Yes, I've started getting my answers. Adrija says E, Mannat says A, Aryan says A, Harshal says A, Kyle says A, Akarsh says A, Kartikeya says A, Chandralekha is giving me a D, Shubhi says A, Shuchi says A. All right, I think the correct answer here should be A, that mental health was largely neglected despite the 2017 Act. Option number 2 says fully resolved. 2017 Act fully resolved this thing, but it said in the passage that implementation was limited. So therefore 2 is false. Okay. India had no international obligations on mental health. Again, no. Emergency treatment excluded. The passage says that they focus largely on physical health, leaving mental health overlooked. But that does not mean that it was excluded, right? That means you did not pay attention. That did not mean that it was not there. So, therefore, the best answer for us will be option number 1, that mental health was largely neglected, even though there was this 2017 Act. All right, let's look at the next one. Justiciable entitlement. What do you mean by justiciable entitlement? Is it a right enforceable by law? Is it a welfare only benefit? Is it a government granted privilege, or is it an informal recommendation? Justiciable means you can fight it in a court of law. So if something is justiciable, what are you saying? Yes. Justiciable means something that you can fight a case against, right? So, therefore, a right enforceable by law. Is it a welfare only benefit? No. Is it a government granted privilege? No. We've got it from the courts. An informal recommendation, not at all. The best answer will be a right that is enforceable by law. Entitlement, you are entitled to it. If you are entitled to something, you have a right to it, right? So, therefore, okay, question number 4. Which of the statements is accurate based on the passage? This means it's a question straight from the passage. You have to identify what is mentioned in the passage, nothing else. Right? So, if it is mentioned in the passage, that's going to be your answer. If it is not mentioned in the passage, then that will not be your answer. All right. Yes, the correct answer should be A. The Supreme Court recognized mental health under Article 21. Take a look. The right to mental health care as a fundamental right under Article 21 of the Constitution. So, yes, this is correct. WHO recommends integrating mental health into primary health care. But where did the WHO say this? They recommended integrating mental health into primary care, establishing robust primary care, not primary health care. Okay, so that's my problem. Okay. Establishing robust policies and developing community based interventions. So, shouldn't two be an answer to? The 2017 was effectively implemented immediately. That I know is incorrect. And earlier cases mostly addressed physical health. Again, that I don't know. I can infer that, but I don't know if it is right. So between 1 and 2, what is not mentioned, Shuchi? Ah, okay. So now 1, 2, 3 to be all. Now I will tell you why. What will you take as your answer? In this question, I'll come to you. Fourth is mentioned in the third last line. Which line? Earlier judgments were focused. But that is judgment, sweetie. It's not cases. It's a judgment, not the case. Therefore, 4 I will not take. 3 and 4 are gone totally. But look at 1 and 2. I will take a look at 1 again. So, 1 says in June 2025, the Supreme Court recognized the right to mental health care as a fundamental right under Article 21. The right to mental health care. What does this say? The Supreme Court recognized mental health under Article 21. Do you see the difference in the phrasing of these two statements? Is there a difference between the phrasing? Yes, judgments and cases should mean that, but is it written there? If it is written there, because it says the question says based on the passage. So now my problem is between 1 and 2, I feel that 2 is a better choice of answer, right? Which is because it is actually clearly mentioned, right? Between 1 and 2, 1, the statement says right to mental health care as a fundamental right under Article 21. But the given option says Supreme Court recognized mental health under Article 21. That mental health is a category, or is it that right to mental health care is a fundamental right? So therefore, 1 is not a very good choice. Your best choice is option number 2. Option number 4 is something that you can infer. Okay. No, judgment is what happens after the case is filed, what the final result is. Okay. So my thought here is that choice number 2 will be the correct answer. Choice number 1 will not be the accurate statement. Okay. All right. Okay, guys. So, of course, you know that right after the exam, there will be first impressions analysis, paper solving, score calculator, and rank predictor. Okay. All right. I'm going to give you a short 5-minute break, not a long break. Come back after 5 minutes and we will restart. I'm not giving you a long break because of course, everybody gets a water break and a food break. Kyle, I think questions like this mostly are withdrawn. But again, you don't know. So you mark. Okay, if you mark and they give you a mark for both the options, you will get your answers. Yeah, there will be differing interpretations. All right, everyone, let's take a break. Don't go anywhere, but we'll take a short Kit Kat break, 5 minutes. I'll be back at sharp 4 p.m. Okay, see you then. Bye bye. 5 minutes. Hi, guys. So, all those who are here, back, I am back. I hope you are too. If you are, then can you give me a quick hello for round two? I've got myself a cup of tea. I've had my lunch. I'm all set to go. I hope so are you. All of you who are here and online, give me a quick yes. Hello, Kyle. Hello, Adrija. Hello, Nirdhi. I'm waiting for more hellos. Hello, hello, hello. Do any of you watch Trevor Noah ever? He's one of my favorite. Hi, Harshal. Hello, colors of the life. How many colors of life do you know? I extended the break by another 5 minutes because I realized that my tea was not boiling quickly. Hello, Jigisha. Hi, Shuchi. Welcome, guys. Jigisha, why are you calling me mommy? I'm not the mom, eh? Yeah, that's better. Suddenly I'm like, oh my goodness. Have I become that old that you'll call me mummy? Yeah, welcome back, Shuchi. Hello, all you guys. So let's get right into the thick of things. We've got lots of stuff. We are doing some more passages this time. Hello, Chandralekha. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So, everybody, name your favorite comedian. Who is he and why? I thought so, Jigisha. Who's your favorite comedian and why? But nobody gets to say Abhilasha ma'am because I'm not a comedian, that is. Yes, I'm waiting, waiting, waiting. Let's see who gives me the name of their favorite comedian. My mind. Ah, Kyle. Okay, that I can accept that your mind is your favorite comedian. Oh, Anubhav Singh Bassi, because yeah, and you know what? Interestingly, Bassi is from, did his law from RML. RML, which is in Lucknow, which is where I belong to. So some of my students were friends of his, and my nephew is a very good friend of his, and so on. Yeah. So yeah. So Bassi, yes, because he's a lawyer. Of course, he's a rather useless sort of a lawyer, but lawyer nevertheless. My favorite, of course, of all time has to be Trevor Noah. I really, really like him. And of course, there are others also. So yeah. The Sak Londa Londa is also my favorite. Zakir Khan, of course, and many many others also. And why is it that all of you like only yourself? How narcissistic is that? Yeah, totally narcissistic of you guys. That the only comedian you really like is yourself. But anyway, all right, let's get started. I don't want any jokers in my class. All I need are some very serious students who will be doing. I know self love, extreme self love, yeah, Kyle. Okay, Johnny Lever. Yeah, he used to be very funny. At one point of time, he was just one of the comedians in India. So, yeah. Okay, chalo, let's get started. Victory lap, part two. We're boosting accuracy and speed. We're doing some last minute thoughts. Okay. Anything that's going on in your mind and that you would like to ask me? Remember, Beast, while you're eliminating, I'm going to reiterate this. Why Beast? Beast stands for broad or narrow. Anything that is very broad or very narrow. E stands for extreme. So anything that is extreme. Any words that are extreme, all, always, no, none, never, will, must, necessarily. A for alien, something that is out of context of this passage. S for sidetrack, anything that is not the answer but is mentioned in the passage. And T for tone mismatch. Apart from this, anything that is false, patently false according to the passage, of course, is also an incorrect answer. Right? So, these you must always remember while you're trying to eliminate. The process of elimination is simple. Use these, use the beast mode to solve your eliminations. Okay? So, that's that. All right. We were talking in the previous session of various sorts of figures of speech. Now, figures of speech is very important because, of course, a lot of times you will get that in your exam as part of questions, as part of reading, as part of, stuff that is there in your exam. So clearly, figures of speech are going to be important. The ones that you should know for sure, um, of course, you know these very well. So, metaphor, simile, uh, anaphora, assonance, personification, apostrophe, sibilance, alliteration, irony, repetition, cataphora, euphemism, dysphemism, light oaths, uh, synecdoche, metonymy. All of these you should definitely know, and there's lots more which you can know, right? So please make sure that you are aware of these figures of speech and that you know how to use them. Okay, thesis and antithesis also. Let me write that. Okay, so these you should definitely know. If you don't, do revise the figures of speech once very quickly. Okay. All right, chalo, let's get started. Here we are. Everyone is in. Let's make sure we do this. Okay, so CLAT exam day. Remember to join us right after the exam for first impressions, exam analysis, paper solving, score calculator, and rank predictor. It's all going to be there for you. Okay, all right. So your first set is again a CLAT sample paper, passage number 4 in the CLAT sample mock. Let's read it. Let's try and solve it. I'm going to give you 3 minutes to read the passage. Okay? I'm stepping out of the All right, I hope you're ready, everyone. Here you are, your first passage, first question. What is the central idea of this passage? Gen Z avoids workforce and prefers entrepreneurship. Gen Z is reshaping workplace culture. Older employees are fully aligned with Gen Z. Labor law is irrelevant in modern workplaces. Let's take a look. Okay, Varshini, Chandralekha, Colors, Preeti, Jigisha, Akash, Shubhi, Nirdi, Shuchi, Adrija, Sky, Manat. Everybody has given me one answer unanimously. Now, if you look at this question, the central idea, Gen Z avoids workforce and prefers entrepreneurship. Well, this was not really something that the passage was trying to tell you. That the Gen Z is reshaping workplace culture, emphasizing flexibility, purpose, and digital proficiency. Yes. That older employees are fully aligned. Well, no, this was not even something that the passage said. There's a big difference between Gen Z and the older employees, right? So, not at all. This can create friction with traditional professional environments. So, not C. Look at the labor law is irrelevant in modern workplaces. How do we even say that? No. So, best answer was option number B. All right, let's look at question number 17. What can be reasonably inferred about Gen Z priorities? Okay, question number 17. I've just given the original numbers only because here they are. Oh, everybody's giving A as the answer. There are no differences at all. Wonderful. Let's take a look. So they prioritize meaningful work over strict office norms. Okay, I'll put a star on this. Yes. They resist learning new skills and technology. This is false according to the passage. So, no. Employers universally accept Gen Z flexibility demands. No, they don't universally accept it. Work life balance is unimportant. Again, no. So there is only one option that really could have been the answer. None of the others will be acceptable at all, right? So, yes, very good. All right, question number 18. Which inference about traditional workplaces is supported? Yeah, okay, I'm starting to get answers. Kartikeya says 18A, Harshal says C, Mannat, Jigisha, Akash, Adrija say A, Nirdhi says A. Let's take a look. So, which inference about traditional workplaces is supported? Legacy practices often resist generational changes. Legacy practices often clash with expectations of younger workers, so they resist generational changes. I'll put a star on this. Look at my second one. Gen Z is less adaptable than older employees. Is it less adaptable? Can I say that? Labor law is unrelated to work. This, of course, is false. So, eliminate. Digital proficiency is irrelevant in compliance and regulatory sector. Again, we really can't say that, right? So, no. So between A and B, that legacy practices often resist generational change and Gen Z is less adaptable than older employees. Really, can we say that Gen Z is less adaptable? But I thought that the older generation, because Gen Z has a desire for flexibility. So it cannot be B then. So best answer will be option number A. And that has to be your correct answer. Yes, Bhumi, very good. Excellent, you guys. All right, let's look at the next one. The grind culture. What is this grind culture? Is it physical exercise routines? Is it long hours and high work pressure environment, recreational gaming, or structured training programs? What is this grind? Is it a form of dance? Yeah. Okay, so let's take a look. So, grind essentially is what it said. These changing values have profound implications, particularly in professions with entrenched grind culture, such as law. Right? So, is it physical exercise? If you're talking of a work culture, so not exercise routines, not recreational gamings. It could have been long work hours and high pressure or structured training programs, but were we talking of structured training program anywhere? No. So then the best answer had to be long hours and high pressure work environment such as law. And law truly is a very tough work environment. For all of you who are planning to become lawyers, there's a friend of mine, and her kids are both lawyers. There's a cousin of mine whose son is a lawyer from NLU J. And I tell you, the guy, and the other one is from NUJS. The kind of work that they do, the kind of hours that they're working with Cyril, Amarchand, Mangaldas, oh my God, it is just too much. Just too much, I tell you. Like crazy work hours. So, therefore, um, very long hours, very high pressure work environment. You earn a lot of money, but there is a lot of work to be done. All right, which statement is not accurate based on the passage? Gen Z contributes digital and tech skills to modern workplaces. Employers sometimes view Gen Z values as unprofessional. Gen Z is fully aligned with the traditional workplace expectation. Their entry raises questions about flexible policies and employee rights. Which of them is not accurate? Which of them is false? Right? Not accurate means you're looking for something that is false. Okay. See, 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 see. So Gen Z contributes digital and tech skill is true. So cannot be my answer. Employers sometimes view Gen Z values as unprofessional is true, so cannot be my answer. Gen Z is fully aligned with traditional workplace expectation. They're willing to work long hours and all of that. No, this is not true, so this should be my answer. Gen Z entry raises questions about flexible policies and employee rights. No, this is true, so not my answer. So the best answer here will be option number C. All right, let's look at the next question. Okay, here is a slightly small passage, just one, two, three, four, five passages, five paragraphs. Now, sometimes you did have slightly more, you know, passages which expect you to do a bit more. And therefore, let's do a bit more. I'm going to move myself out of the screen so that you can join and you can read the passage properly, and then we will discuss it. Okay, here we go. Let's get started. Your time begins. All right. I assume that you're through with reading the passage, guys. Hopefully. Yeah. Okay. Chalo. Let's do this lovely passage, slightly longish, but yeah. Here's your first question. Let's read this first question, everyone. Question number 7, which says Jesuit Joseph Rickaby's articulation on animal may be termed as a ecocentric view of animals, anthropocentric view of animals, ethnocentric view of animals, or androcentric view of animals. What view of animals are we talking about? Ecocentric means animals associated with ecology, with the nature. Anthropocentric means animals associated with humans. Ethnocentric means where they're coming from, what is the ethnicity of the animal. And androcentric is just male view of animal. So clearly anthropocentric view of animal, right? He was only articulating, albeit in an extreme form, the moral insensitivity that has characterized the Western view of animals. Brute beasts not having any understanding, therefore not being persons, so they cannot have any rights. Okay, so therefore anthropocentric view of animals. Yes, very good, you guys. I think everybody has given me an answer. Kyle, Kartike, Akash, Shuchi, Chandralekha, Nirdi, Varshini, Preeti, very good. All right, let's look at the next one. According to the author, how did Christianity contribute to the insensitivity of the West towards animals? It denigrated the value of earthly things in comparison with spiritual things. It divided the world into beings with reason or without reason. It propagated as if animals are transient or peripheral in the human centric economy of salvation. Or is it D, all of the above? Yes. Yes. Now, if you have to look at this answer, this is a very nice, interesting question, because how did Christianity contribute to insensitivity of the West towards animals? So they've given you many things that they they divided the world into those beings with reason or without reason. Now animals didn't have reason, so therefore, then he says humans versus image of God thing. You know, humans are in the image of God, so animals are not. So therefore. Denigrated the value of earthly things. So A and B are given. Animals are not important in the large scheme of things. Everything exists instrumentally in relation to human beings, so that animals are peripheral in this human centric economy. So ABC all are given towards, all are reasons why the West was insensitive. And therefore D should have been the answer. Okay. All right. Instrumentalism as used in the passage. What does that mean? Does it mean pragmatism, idealism, egalitarianism, or none of these? In which paragraph was instrumentalism given? Tell me. Yes, question number 9. Which paragraph was instrumentalism given? Can somebody tell me which paragraph? Fourth paragraph. Very good, Shruchi. Yes. Right here, such instrumentalism, which features rationality as the key factor dividing humans from brute beast, has buttressed the third influence, that is the notion of human superiority in creation. So, instrumentalism is rationality, so practicality, and therefore pragmatism, not idealism, not egalitarianism. It's not about equality. So it is practical, rational, right? He says such instrumentalism which features rationality as the key factor. So rationality is what? Practicality. So pragmatism, right? That has to be the correct answer here. Okay, everyone? All right, let's go to the next one. Question number 10. Which of the following is not true in the context of the passage? That Western philosophy and science are both under the influence of religion. That Western philosophical views on animal have been influenced by religious notion about them. Western religious notions on animals have justified subjection of animals to scientific experimentation. Or is it that some of the scientific views on animals have been influenced by religious notions about them? Okay, question number 10. What's the correct answer? What is not true? Please understand you're looking for something that is false. Come on, guys. What is not true? So, Western philosophy and science are both under the influence of religion is not true. This is false. Of course, B is true that philosophical views on animals have been influenced by religious notions. Religious notions have justified subjection of animals to scientific experimentation, and some scientific views have been influenced by religious notions. So, true, true, and true. The only one that's not true is option number A. So, that's going to be your answer. All right. So, it may be inferred from Rene Descartes' view that it is irrational to assume that animals have awareness in some mental capacities. Animals are automata or they act mechanically. Neither A nor B, both A or B. Okay. All right. So, what is the correct answer? Question number 11. Now, where is Rene Descartes mentioned? In the very last line. So, he says Descartes famously likened the movement of a swallow to the workings of a clock. So, therefore, it is automata. Then he says there is no, and maintained that there is no prejudice to which we are more accustomed from our earlier years than the belief that dumb animal thinks. So this is a prejudice, right? This is a bias. It is incorrect. So therefore, it is irrational to assume that animals have awareness and some mental capacities. So A also is correct. So answer should have been D, both A and B, right? And that's your correct answer. All right. Here's your next passage. Let's take a minute and read it. This is an excerpt from, yeah, we can go back to question number 10. This one? Yes, Kyle. So the thing was that Western philosophy and science are both under the influence of religion. Where is that mentioned in the passage to be true? Tell me, where did you find this one? Quickly. So the religion has influenced scientific exploration, na? But that Western philosophy and science are both under the. Where is philosophy mentioned? This passage is not about that, right? Religion impacts it, but does religion impacts science, but does it impact philosophy? Not mentioned it, right? All right. Here's your third passage, the next one in the row. Yeah. So it cannot, na, Kartike. All right. I'm going to move myself out of the screen for a minute. You read and then we shall discuss. All right. See you in 2 minutes. Okay, guys. I hope you've read it. I gave you about 3 minutes. Here's your first question. What can you infer from this passage? Watson is Holmes' mentor. Can we infer that from anywhere in the passage? No, we cannot. So therefore, let's eliminate. Earlier, Watson used to live with Holmes, which had formerly been in part my own. Right? So therefore, yes. Watson is a detective. No, Watson is not a detective. Holmes is a detective. We know that. Watson shares all his personal matters with Holmes. We don't know if he shares all his personal matters. That Holmes knows, that's a different story. But is he sharing? No, we don't. All right. It is evident that for solving cases, Father Brown relies on. What does he rely on? Take a look. His own sympathetic and empathetic thought process about criminals, a sympathetic approach towards various people's opinion on the case to be solved, a deductive analysis of crime and his ability to sympathize, or is it D, all of the above? Yes. What is this Father Brown trying to do? So, very clearly, the passage says, who relies on his extraordinary power of sympathy and empathy that enable him to imagine and feel as criminals do. Right? So clearly answer has to be option number A. Yes. Very good. Yes, yes. You all did get this one right. For a minute, I was thinking whether option number C should also be correct. But then I realized that deductive analysis of crime and his ability, deductive analysis, no, that was not mentioned. So therefore, yes, his own sympathetic and empathetic thought process about the criminals, not B, not D. All right, question number 14. For the three detectives mentioned in the passage, which one of these would be non essential for solving criminal cases? Forgiving nature, sensitivity, critical thinking, and patience. What would be non essential? So, what they don't need. Okay, Harshil says C, Chandralekha says E, Kyle says A. So, Holmes has ability to infer, deduce, induce, and conclude. So, therefore, critical thinking, that is essential. So, I'll eliminate it. Then, Father Brown has sympathy and empathy. So, sensitivity, right? Then, there's another one like Agatha Christie's Poirot, who has storyteller. He's patient. So, therefore, essential skill. The only one that is non essential is the forgiving nature. Right? B, C, and D are all mentioned here. So this is Holmes, this is Father Brown, and this is Hercule Poirot. Right? So therefore, clearly, forgiving nature, which is not mentioned for any of the detectives, will be the correct answer here. Okay? All right, very nice. Okay, let's look at the next one. Okay, in order to solve cases, Poirot uses the art of something, the narratives that he has been told, building a fantasy based on empathizing with all the characters in creating new plots for detecting and analyzing the missing links. Yeah. So Poirot was mentioned right in the last paragraph, right? Here. So Poirot is a storyteller who draws information from stories that others tell. He patiently listens to numerous accounts, where it happened, how it happened, when it happened. This is for credibility and ambiguity. He identifies how and why the pieces of the jigsaws don't fit together, and ultimately he uncovers the truth. So, what is he doing? What art is he using? Yes, he is using the art of solving the jigsaw. So, therefore, building a fantasy, no. Empathizing, no, he doesn't empathize. Creating new plots, no. Detecting and analyzing the missing links in the stories that he's been told. Yes, the correct answer was option number D. All right, the word incorrigible is an antonym of. What is incorrigible? Is it habitual? Is it unperformable? Is it repentant? Is it incurable? What should it be then, Kyle? Colors, Chandralekha, Shuchi, Harshil, Kartike, Vedika. Incorrigible is someone who can't be changed, right? He's an incorrigible, unrepentant brat. So it can't be repentant. Unperformable, no. Habitual or incurable? Check between these two. Why don't you guys check and tell me? Is it habitual or is it incurable? Oh, acha, antonym. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Oh, my bad, my bad. Okay, my bad. Antonym, repentant. Incorrigible means unrepentant. So, therefore, repentant, of course, will be the antonym. My bad, guys. I just did not see that it was asking for antonym. For some reason, I was thinking it is asking for synonyms. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. My total apologies. Sometimes teachers are also allowed to make mistakes. Yeah? All right, let's look at the next one. Okay, so of course, your exam day, right after the exam, first impressions analysis, paper solving, calculator, and rank predictor. All right, let's look at the next one. Okay. Now, this set is a lot of vocabulary and a lot of grammar. Okay, so we will discuss that. I will take you through a bit of grammar also, but before we do that, why don't you read this passage and then we'll try and solve this one and then take it forward from there. I'm moving myself out of the screen. All right, I think I should come back to the stage and just ask you questions from here. Okay. Yeah. All right. So, what is not a synonym of embroiled? That's a very interesting question. Embroiled means you're stuck in something, right? So, therefore, entangled will be a synonym, ensnared will be a synonym, enmeshed will be a synonym. Only enslaved will not be a synonym. And therefore, that had to be the correct answer. The ICC accuses the men whose nation is embroiled, stuck, yeah, in the middle of. Right? So that's enslaved will be the correct answer. Okay, Ritrisha. All right, let's go to the next question. What is a synonym of persecution? All right, what is a synonym of persecution? Yes. So the correct answer here, C, I'm getting as my answer. I'm getting A, C, A, C. All different answers, huh? Okay. So criminalization clearly is not the answer. Indictment is what? It's a formal accusation in a court of law. So clearly that's not right. Emancipation is to free someone, right? To emancipate someone is to free someone. I don't know if you watched Harry Potter. Dobby was emancipated by how? Who knows how Dobby was emancipated? Anyone knows that? No Harry Potter fans here? Wow. Amazing, yeah. All right. So Harry emancipated Dobby by giving him a sock, and then Dobby was freed. Okay, for those who know this. So emancipation is freedom. Victimization is the correct answer. To persecute is to try to threaten someone, try to make them a victim. So therefore, correct answer, victimization. Yes. Yeah, old sock was thrown by Harry to Dobby, and Dobby caught it, and then he became free. Yes, you know that. There's a lovely story there. Okay, so therefore, victimization is the correct answer. Voldemort was persecuting Harry, right? Now I'm sure you understand the context. So he's trying to kill him, right? He's persecuting him. I'm sure now you would understand the context of this story. All right, let's go to the next one. Harry Potter is such a beautiful place to learn good vocabulary, whether you read it or you watch it. The words that they have used are really, really good and very interesting. Voldemort, the name by itself, Vol means will. Okay. Vol is will. D means of. And mort is death. So Voldemort is person who wills death for people. Okay. He's the will of death. That's a very interesting name and story behind it. All right. Let's do the next one. What is the antonym of copious? All right, let's take a look. So the correct answer, copious means a lot, right? It means excess, surfeit. So profuse, abundant are synonyms. Spare, which means extra, is also a synonym. Sparse, which means few or hardly any, is the antonym. So correct answer D. Okay. All right. I'm looking for question number 4. Which of these is either a synonym or an antonym? Now that's a trick question. Question number 4. Precise means what? Exact. So example is not a synonym, not an antonym. Implicit is not, accurate is a synonym. Frank is not. So this is a synonym. Antonym for precise would be inaccurate, right? Guesswork, something like that. All right. What is a synonym of malevolence? Is it rancor, succor, ridicule, or irony? All right, what is a synonym? Yes. So malevolence, of course, means hatred, and therefore its synonym is going to be something that is a negative word. Rancor is a negative word, which means hate. So that can be a good choice. Then succor, of course, is relief, so that will not work. Ridicule is to mock someone, to make fun of someone. Okay, so that won't work. Irony, of course, is again some sort of a it's a figure of speech where you say something but do the exact opposite. So that's irony. Rancor is the only one that will work, which means hate. Now, if you look at this word malevolence, we were just doing the root word wall. So take a minute. So the root word mal means bad. Its antonymous root word is ben or bon, which mean good, right? So therefore you have malevolent and you have benevolent. Because wall means will. So malevolent is you have ill will for someone, and benevolent is when you have good will for someone. Can you think of any pair of words where you use the root words mal and ben to signify something? Think of any set of words where one is a mal word and the other is a ben word, ben or bon word. I'm sure you can find some. Ah, very nice, Kartikeya. Excellent. So you have malified and you have bona fide. Fid, of course, fid or fide means faith. So malified is in bad faith and bona fide is in good faith. Very good. Benign and malign, very nice, Kyle. So you have malign and you have benign. Malign is harmful, benign is harmless. So that's bad, that is good. Any others that you can think of? Yeah, malicious. Of course, malice is a bad word. Very good. Malice is have a bad will for someone. Another one is malediction and benediction. Benediction, of course, is a blessing because dict means words or speech. So malediction is a curse, benediction is a blessing. So see, anytime you see a word that has mal in it, you know it's going to be bad. And anytime you see a word which has ben or bon in it, you know it's going to be good, right? So that's such a nice thing. Yeah, benefactor. Oh, nice, huh? So you have malefactor also. What would malefactor mean? Tell me. And you have benefactor also. So benefactor is someone who supports you, who sponsors you. What is a malefactor? Yes, Parnika, very good. Beneficial, benefactor, very nice. Benefit is positive. Malefactor is a criminal, huh? He's someone who does bad things. So, see, anytime you see these words, you see ben or bon, you know it's going to be bad or good. Then there's so many other words also with bon. So, bony, which is very chubby. You have bonus as part of your salary, right? So many words where you will see ben or bon. And so many French words. You have bon nuit, bon après-midi, bonsoir, right? Which are all hello of different types. So, yeah, so many words with ben and bon also. Yeah, correct, Kyle. Very nice. Malefactor is a criminal, someone who indulges in illegal activities, does bad things. Malady, very nice. What a lovely word, huh? Malady is a disease. Again, something bad. It's not my lady, it is malady, yeah? All right, very nice. Can you think of any other words or roots that are antonymous? Anyone? Yeah, bienvenue also, absolutely. I'll tell you another set of words which are, so you have phobe and you have fill or philia or file, and you have phobia. So phobia is what? Fear. And philia is what? Love. Right? So you have words which are all about fear of something or hatred of something and love of something. So, for example, someone is a bibliophobe, someone who hates books. Someone is a bibliophile, is someone who loves books, right? Bible is book. Again, someone who loves the sun is a heliophile or heliophobe. So you have a heliophobe, and you have someone who is a heliophile, someone who loves books, sun, right? Similarly, you have hematophobe, someone who's afraid of blood. You have similarly hematophile, someone who loves blood, right? This is blood. So you will have so many words which are associated with each other. No, 5x, it will not be similar, or uh, they may be slightly easier also, or at the same level. Yeah, what a lovely one. Electrophile. Yes. Yes, very nice. Electrophile, nucleophile. Yes. Technophobe, somebody like me who's a partial technophobe. I'm not a full technophobe, but quite a bit of the technology I understand, but a lot of it I don't also understand. Yes, technophile is someone who loves technology, right? So, very nice words you have. Symmetric and diametric. Oh, nice. Very nice. See, you can come up with such lovely words also. Absolutely. All right. Let's come to the next question. We just got lost. Huh? What can be inferred that sadism is similar to which of the following? Schadenfreude, egoism, masochism, or philanthropism? Yeah, hydrophobic and hydrophilic also. Absolutely. Here you go. That's the next one. Sadism is similar to which of the following? Yes, the correct answer should be Schadenfreude, right? Schadenfreude means what? Pleasure at someone else's misfortune. So sadism and Schadenfreude will be very similar. Egoism, of course, is when you feel you're the best. Masochism is when you think your caste, your creed, your gender is the best. Philanthropism, of course, is love for mankind. Anthropos, the root word, oops, means mankind, right? And phil, of course, is love. So philanthropy is love for mankind. So philanthropism will be love for mankind. So the correct answer will be Schadenfreude. Schadenfreude means pleasure at someone else's misfortune. So somebody else is in pain, you enjoy that. That is Schadenfreude. Okay. Yes. Masochism is, yeah. Yes, sorry. Yeah, masochism is when you give pain to yourself and enjoy it. My bad, huh? And sadism is when you give pain to somebody else and you enjoy that. Somebody else's pain. Yeah, Schadenfreude is a German word, absolutely. All right, here. Question number 7. He capped off the meeting, he rounded off the meeting, he warranted off the meeting, or he embroiled off the meeting with a radical proposal. What did he do? Yeah, 5x, absolutely. The German words are slightly more trickier than the others. That's okay. The correct answer here will be embroiled off. There is no such thing as embroiled off. Embroiled just not does not take anything. Capped off, no. Capped off means stopped, limited. So that's, you set a limit. Rounded up, yes. Warranted off, there's no such thing. So the correct answer will be C, rounded up. Rounded up means ended. Okay, so that's your answer. All right, let's go to the next speech, next passage. Read. All right, I'm assuming you're through with the passage. Does anyone need any more time? Okay. All right, wonderful. This is such a nice passage. No, all the figures of speech are covered here, or at least all the important ones. Right? Okay, here's your first one. What is a metaphor? A frog like appearance, a snout of a glacier, a bird song, a simian trait. Boots on ground, head count, those are synecdoche. When you're counting, the head is actually representative of the human, na? Okay. So we said that the metaphor will always have what? The metaphor will always not have a word of comparison. So this, a frog like appearance, will be a simile. Correct? So not this. The snout of a glacier, snout, a pig has a snout, not a glacier. So therefore, this is the comparison. You're comparing the glacier with a pig. Okay, so therefore, this is where you have your metaphor. Bird song, no. A simian trait, that's an animal adjective. Right? I'm sure you know what your animal adjectives are. And so, not that. All right. He is as slow as molasses. What figure of speech is that? Yes, he's as slow as molasses, of course, is a simile. It's not a metaphor because there you he's molasses. Personification, of course, will not be true. Okay. And lightout. Okay. What is a lightout? A lightout is a double negative. Okay. So when I say uh, something like, you're not looking bad yourself, or when you say not bad, you actually want to say good, but you're not really using the word good. Okay. So that's a lightout. Okay. So when for somebody looking good, you say not bad. Okay. Then that is called a lightout. It was no mean feat. Yeah, it was not an easy task. So actually, you're saying that it was a tough task, right? So that's a light out. Question 24 was wrong. Hey, we're going to do it today, right? So don't worry. I'm going to make you do question 24 also. So no worries. All right. Hard hats are examples of. What is this hard hat an example of? Shreya, look at you. How mean. All right. So this is not a simile, it's not a metaphor, it's not a synecdoche. Synecdoche has to have that part of something, huh? So no. So metonymy, right? Hard hat is used for people. So hat is something that is closely related to a person, a man. So therefore, metonymy. Okay. All right. So look at this. Certain figures of speech are an emphasis or understatement. Examples include hyperbole, litotes, rhetorical question, antithesis, where you have sharply contrasting ideas placed in sharp juxtaposition. Climax. So you arrange units of words, phrases, clauses, sentence in ascending order. So so from this you can understand that art is long and time is fleeting is what? It's a light note, it's a rhetorical question, it's an antithesis, or it is a climax. Yes. Yeah. So what is this? A light note will have what? A light note will have a double negative, or it will use a negative for understatement, right? Not bad, meaning good. Rhetorical question will be a question where you don't really want to know the answer, but you're asking a question just to emphasize something. What's in a name? I'm not asking you what's in a name, I'm just saying it. Okay. For example, how can I thank you for all you've done? I have already thanked you. I'm not asking you how I can thank you, right? Antithesis is where two opposite things are put together to show that contrast. For example, art is long and time is fleeting. So one is long and the other is fleeting. So that's the antithesis. In climax, you will have something, something, and something. Okay. So I want to live for myself, my state, and my nation. Something, something, and something. That's climax. Small, large, largest. That's climax. Okay. All right. Here's the next one. Read and then we shall discuss. No, no, Parnika, it is not a sample paper question. The sample paper questions have it written on top. CLAT sample paper. Okay. All right. Are you guys ready, or shall I give you a little more time? I'll give you a little more time to read, huh? And then we'll discuss. If it's a longish passage like this, then look at the questions. If it's a short passage, 300 words, 350 words, then you should not look at the questions. You should just start reading the passage and then go into your questions. It'll be easy to do. And why do you want to do the same thing twice? Okay, so here's your first question. Okay, the passage can be termed as expository, descriptive, abstract, or narrative. Okay, what's the difference between these? What's the difference between expository and descriptive? Somebody tell me. Yes. Who will tell me what is the difference between these two? Very good. Very good, Kartike. Thank you. Thank you. Descriptive and expository, the difference is that the descriptive passage appeals to the senses. So it has a lot of description, very detailed description of things. Okay. For describing the same word, it can use an entire paragraph. Expository is not like that. It is more factual in nature. Okay. It is more factual in nature. It will give you the terminologies and everything, but it will not appeal to your senses. Okay. So it's very dry in its appearance. That's the difference. Yeah, expository explains, but it's more factual than the descriptive. The descriptive will always appeal to your senses. What is something like? Okay, so that's the difference. Abstract, of course, is very unclear, and narrative, of course, is a time bound narration. So this is mostly used in fiction or storytelling. So this passage was clearly expository in nature. All right. What is the author's main purpose? Yes, Chandralekha, very good. Yes. Come on, guys. What is the author's main purpose? Is it to suggest that people succeed only when they have great strategies? Is it to highlight the fact that execution is as indispensable as planning and strategy? Is it to illustrate the impact of poor planning and weak strategy? Is it to highlight the hurdles that come in the way of execution? All right, I'm waiting for your answers. So, to suggest that people succeed only when they have great strategies? No. To highlight the fact that execution is as indispensable as planning and strategy? Yes, very good. Is planning and strategy more important than execution? Yeah, look at this. Think, plan, and strategies are the seed, execution is the nourishment. So, therefore, yes, to highlight that all are important. To illustrate the impact of poor planning and weak strategy? No. To highlight the hurdles? No, it was not talking of the hurdles also. So he really, look at this, the first line and the last line actually point to the main purpose, or the, see, main purpose is why is he writing it, right? Purpose is why is he writing this. Main idea is what is he writing. So like I said, they're the two sides of the same coin, right? Whether it is what or why, it's the same thing, correct? So therefore his main purpose is to highlight this, that execution is as indispensable, means you can't do away with, it's as important as planning and strategy. Very good, yes, you guys. All right, question number 14. From the failure of new coke, what did the company learn? What was this new coke that we are talking about? What is this new coke? Which paragraph was this mentioned, the new coke? Can someone tell me? The new coke has been mentioned in the passage where exactly? Is it that tested and tried strategies are essential surveys? Yes, the third last paragraph. I think it was this. After rigorous planning and testing a new recipe on 2 lakh consumers, Coke brought out the new Coke. But it did not take off. It had not considered product loyalty and old fashioned habits of the consumers. So the new Coke experiment told us that you cannot really take consumers' habits changes to be for granted. So therefore, D was the lesson that Coke learned. Not that tried and tested strategies are essential. Not that surveys and data calibration is a sheer waste of time. And not that they change brand preferences too frequently. They don't. Customers go for the same brand. I've been having the same thumbs up ever since I remember. I was, I think, 6 or 7 years old, and I've just been having thumbs up from that time. And there is nothing else that I like. So we don't change our preferences. So, yes, D is the correct answer. Okay, from the accomplishment of a project, Steve Jobs. What did Steve Jobs do? Yeah. So, okay, so take a look. Steve Jobs, what does he say to me? Ideas are worth nothing unless executed. They are just a multiplier. Execution is worth millions. So he's saying that you have to execute. Execution is important. Benjamin Franklin said failing to plan is planning to. So he is talking. Franklin said that planning was important. Steve Jobs says execution is important, right? So therefore, they're saying the opposite things. So suggest an approach that is different from Benjamin Franklin's, and that should be your answer. Approach similar? No. Main control is not. No, he says execution. So therefore, B will be the correct answer. Okay? All right. What is this? Consumer is the capricious weather. Such a nice this thing, na? Yeah. So now see, so I was looking at onomatopoeia, simile, metaphor, and anaphora. Now, onomatopoeia, of course, clearly I know is what? Where the word is sounding like something, right? You have clang and this and that, right? So clearly that was not going to be an answer because this was not a word sound at all. So therefore we eliminated that. Then simile, of course, I know is a comparison, but with a word of comparison. So there was no simile. Metaphor is a comparison without a word of comparison. So consumer is the capricious weather. So you're comparing the consumer to the capricious or changing weather. Well, that works. So metaphor. Anaphora is where you repeat a word at the start of every phrase or every clause. So he came, he saw, he conquered. Okay, that's an anaphora. So the he is the anaphora. So now the problem is there's no anaphora here also. The only thing that is there is metaphor. And of course, it is the wavering demand. Capricious is not decided. So wavering. Okay. So therefore, C will be the correct answer. Did you all get it right? Yes, you did. Very nice. Okay. Let's do the next one. Lovely passage. And the next passage will be a sample paper passage. Let's do this. I'm moving myself out so that you can read the passage well. All right. I saw that some of you are already through with the passage. Very crazy passage, huh? Okay. So I've got my first question here. All right, guys, come on, let's do this. So we start with what is synonymous meaning to the words providence and crescendo? Yeah, I'm waiting for your answers. The nearest phrases, of course, would be yes, nemesis and apex. Crescendo is height, so therefore apex. Nadir is the lowest most point. Prudence is carefulness. Upsurge is increase. So that could have worked, but providence, short sightedness would not work. Okay, so therefore, nemesis and apex. All right, the passage has been adorned with numerous figures of speech, which is the correct pair. What all did you have? Yes. Did you have irony and sarcasm? Did you have alliteration and pun, simile and personification, or metaphor and onomatopoeia? All right. So, what were the two figures of speech that have been used here? Give me an example. Where do you see that? Metaphor and onomatopoeia. Somebody says see, which is simile and personification. Alliteration and pun clearly no. Irony and sarcasm no. So we can eliminate A and B. But between C and D, where is the onomatopoeia? That is easier found, no? So I could not find, yes, I could not find any onomatopoeia anywhere in the passage. Right? So therefore, no. Yeah, so mountains with distant screams, swelling into awful crescendo, sweeping down, all of these, right? So therefore, so simile and personification will be the correct answer. Weather had been very bitter, and all of this. Yeah, yes, very good. You found those like a flock of whatever, huh? You will find these steep as the wall of a cathedral. Okay, so there are plenty of this thing. So similes and personification. All right. Which passage best demonstrates which one of the following motives of cat's life? Is it to satisfy the pangs of hunger, to survive the harsh winter, never ending wait, to hunt for rabbit? What is the motive of cat's life? What is cat trying to do? Where is the passage saying this? Huh? It says that. I really like this. He was waiting. Do you see this? You will find this in multiple places. He was waiting, right? So that is the thing that the cat is doing, a never ending wait. That's what his life is all about. He's waiting. He can wait forever. He knows that whenever this rabbit will come out, there is a trap. He will eat. Hunger, right? So, therefore, yes. The author's description of he was under no constraint of human will, for he was living alone. What does that mean? That's okay, Harshil, no problems. So that cat was, yes. Is it absolute freedom or is it no association with human beings? Absolute freedom, I think, yeah? He was, then too, he was under no constraint. He was living alone. So therefore, he has absolute freedom from everything. No constraint at all. Yeah. All right. But he never faltered and never once cried. He had nothing to gain from crying and everything to lose. Cat is reflective, apologetic, resilient, or frustrated. Well, what can you say? The passage reads like that. No, it says he was under no constraint of human will, for he was living alone that winter. He was alone. Nowhere in the world was any voice calling him, on no earth was there a waiting dish. There was nothing. He was quite free except for his own desires. There was nothing to stop him. Okay. He had nothing to gain from crying and everything to lose. He never faltered and never once cried. So he's reflective. Reflective means thinking, thoughtful, apologetic, sorry, resilient, steady, steadfast, frustrated, irritated. So which one is it? Yes, I think it should be resilient. Absolutely. Absolutely. It should be totally resilient. All right. So the correct answer should be C, resilient, which I think you did get. Okay, wonderful. Very good. All right. So it is CLAT exam day. Right after the exam, first impressions, exam analysis, paper solving, score calculator, and rank predictor. It will all be there. Take a 10-minute break and come back. And then we will do one more passage, two more passages from the sample paper, and a few more questions. So it is 6:05. So we will come back at 6:15 and short Kit Kat break. Not break up, but a break. Oops. Why did I say break? Yes. Yes, I will. I will. I have the last passage also today. Okay. All right. Let's do this. Short break. I come back after 10 minutes. You can also come back after 10 minutes. Bye bye. See you. Kit Kat break तो बनता है. Hi everyone. So I'm just going to wait for a minute for you guys to come back from the break and then we will begin. Right? Waiting. Oh, 5x, I realized this that I have taken already the last passage from the sample paper right in the beginning session only. I checked for you. That's the WHO one, right? So I had already done that right in the beginning of the session. So all right, everyone. I hope all of you are back. Can I get a raise of hands? Can I get a hello, hi, welcome back? Get something. I'm back. Some sort of a message from you, so I know you're here. Very quickly, everyone, give me a yes, ma'am. I'm back. You can say CL rocks. Whatever. Yes, I'm so happy now. Shuchi, Chandralekha, Kartike, 5x. Kyle, Shuchi, yes. Welcome, 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 everyone. So today's session, of course, we are doing a lot of things, small things that will help you, that you must do, that things that I feel are important for your exam. We are doing all of that, right? Remember that right after CLAT, do join us for the first impressions, do join us for exam analysis, everything you should be here for, right? Paper solving, score calculator, rank predictor, do join in. There's a lot that is waiting for you on the Law Entrance YouTube channel. All right, let's do this. Let's get started. Here is our passage. Like promised, it is from the CLAT sample mock. Let's read and solve this. Okay, so your time to read get started now. Okay, here you go. I'm removing myself from All right, let's read this passage together and let's try and understand a bit of it. Okay. So, this is in contemporary market societies, consumerism, right? Buying and selling of things has transformed from a simple pattern of buying goods into a defining cultural ethos. So, it is now defining you and I. While earlier generations viewed consumerism or consumption as a functional activity, modern citizens construct identity, status, and emotional stability through the act of purchasing. So, buying has become so much more for us. This shift is neither accidental nor organic, nor entirely organic. It is the result of deliberate strategies deployed. So, companies, governments, digital platforms, all of them have sort of guided us into this economy of continuous spending and buying. Technological acceleration, because technology is speeding up, it has also increased. Algorithms curate advertisement with uncanny precision. They, at times when we are at our most, we that is when the ads come to us. So saying that something is wanted and something is needed, that line becomes very blurred, and therefore we want to buy things as symbol of aspiration or as a solution to insecurities. So, consumption is a self affirmation, and buying is not just about things, but it is about creating an image that you want to be in. So, this identity driven consumption is why things which have zero use, branded sneakers and stuff like that, collectibles, they become very extraordinarily loyalty drawing products. And yet, consumerism expansion carries contradiction. It's problematic. There are structural dependencies. So people are looking at this. When you have lots of consumption happening, then there will be lots of production happening. So resource extraction, labor exploitation, environmental degradation also happens. So the first part of the passage talks about all the good things. Now it starts talking about the bad things, right? So there is a lot of things. Critics argue that consumer is not the sovereign decision maker that theory is saying. He is an engineered subject shaped by sophisticated persuasion techniques. So the consumer is now a slave to advertisements. Moreover, consumerism subtly reorganizes social values also. How you and I connect with each other are now not factors of your and my humanity, but rather of the things that we have. The habits, the hobbies, everything is totally into market. So market penetration into non-market sphere also makes us very different. So everything is tied to acquisition, and collective responsibilities go away. Everybody is looking at individual gratification. I want this. So all the negatives, huh? And then despite these dangers, consumerism exists. Why? Because there are short-term psychological rewards and it supports macroeconomic stability. Governments want to stimulate consumer spending, right? Why? Because if they don't stimulate, then people will not want things, production will not happen, so economy will not do well. So therefore unrestrained consumption is threatening ecological and social well-being, but modern economies is totally dependent on consumption. So challenge is not to just consume less, but also to rethink these systems, and that's the problem. Okay, very beautiful passage, positives, negatives, and then sort of rounding it off. Here's your first question. Let's do this. What central argument does the author make regarding algorithm driven marketing? What is he saying? Algorithms mainly target consumers during productive hours. Digital platforms exploit moments of psychological vulnerability to boost spending. Consumers are completely aware of algorithmic influence, or algorithmic targeting has lowered overall consumption. Which of these will be the correct answer? Kartikeya says B, Shuchi says B, Chandralekha says B, Mannat says B. I'm waiting for more people to answer. Clearly, it can't be D, that algorithmic targeting has lowered consumption. No, it has increased consumption. Consumers are completely aware of algorithmic influences. No, they're not. A lot of times it is not, the consumer is not aware. Digital platforms exploit moments of psychological vulnerability to boost spending. Yes, they do. Vulnerable psychological moments are when targeting is done. So this is true. Algorithms mainly target consumer during productive hours. No, during non-productive hours. So best answer will be option number B. Yes, very good, you guys. All right, let's look at the next one. Which title best encapsulates the main theme of the passage? What's the theme of the passage? The disappearance of traditional market, consumerism and the reinvention of human identity, industrial growth and labor dynamics, or rise of global production chains. Which of these will be the correct answer? Yes, the correct answer, not disappearance of traditional markets. Consumerism and reinvention of human identity will work. Industrial growth, and we did not even speak of labor dynamics or industries. And it was not again global production chains also, so no. So best answer will be option number B. That is it. All right, in which type of publication would this passage most likely appear? Now, this is a very interesting question. A scholarly journal on behavioral economics, luxury travel magazine, digital marketing handbook, or high school maths textbook? Which of these? Okay, Chandralekha says A, Shuchi says A, Kartikeya says A, Vedika says A. Others? What about you? There are so many of us here. Well, the correct answer here, it cannot be a luxury travel magazine, right? Let's eliminate. It's also not a maths textbook, so I've eliminated choice B and choice D altogether. Now, between choice A and choice C, A says a scholarly journal on behavioral economics, and C says a digital marketing handbook. Which of these will be the correct answer? Now, the problem with this passage is that it could work for either. So, how do you decide this? That it's not a digital marketing handbook and it's a scholarly journal on behavioral economics. The last line, which says the challenge, therefore, is not to merely consume less, but to rethink systems that equate human progress with purchasing power. This is something that goes against the ethos of digital marketing. Right? If you will rethink systems that equate human progress with purchasing power, then the entire philosophy of digital marketing is failed. Right? And you can't do that. And that is why the correct answer here has to be option number A and not C. The only thing that could actually help you with getting your answer as A was this line. Okay. So therefore, best answer option number A. C could have been it, but not really a perfect one. Okay. All right. Question number 4. How do marketing narratives typically manipulate consumer behavior according to the author? All right, let's take a look. Yes, how do marketing narratives typically manipulate consumer behavior? By positioning goods, products solely as luxury items? No, that's extreme. By presenting goods as solution to insecurities or aspirations? Yes, that's entirely possible. By discouraging consumers from but if they don't have social influence, then they will not buy things, so not C. By promoting eco-friendly, again they have not spoken of eco-friendly consumption, so the best answer will be option number B. By presenting goods as solution to insecurities or aspirations, these are things. Yeah, that's how you are manipulated. All right. Question number 5. What can be inferred about the relationship between consumerism and civic values? It reinforces long term ethical commitments. It encourages collective welfare prioritization. It may reduce civic engagement by emphasizing personal gratification. It does not affect societal values. What is this relationship between civic values and consumerism? Yeah, I'm waiting. Yes, the correct answer will be option number C, that it may reduce civic engagement by emphasizing personal gratification. Yeah. So, if satisfaction is continually tied to acquisition, collective responsibilities tend to be replaced by the pursuit of individual gratification. And that is why C is a very good choice of answer for us. Okay. All right. Okay, here's your next one. Something from an Indian perspective, Indian history. All right, let's do this. I'm moving myself out of the screen. All right, which of the following assumptions is necessary for the above statement to hold true? This is the statement that we are talking of. Okay. Come on, guys. Okay, Kartikeya says C. Kyle says C. Chandralekha says C. Others, come on, guys, let me get some answers. So it says deontological non-violence, central to the national freedom movement, which was led by Gandhiji, was never adopted after the independence by the Indian state, which was even led by his own most devoted followers. They chose instead to retain the colonial and feudal ideology of justified violence, including the death penalty. So they did not pick up non-violence. The Constituent Assembly, led by them, entirely omitted even the word non violence from the Constitution. It didn't have it. Nevertheless, Indian officials who collaborate in the execution of a convict must realize that in doing so, they directly oppose Gandhiji and Dr. Ambedkar. So that means if you are executing someone, it's against Gandhiji and Dr. Ambedkar. So that they wound our national unique native tradition of deontological non-violence. They diminish India's global position as a beacon of non-violence. They keep India in a hall of shame of countries that are so spiritually, morally, and intellectually bankrupt that they can find no better way of dealing with odious criminals than killing them. That the news means that um, thing inequitably, unequally, and often unjustly falls on the necks of the poorest is by itself an irrefutable reason for ending capital punishment. So, essentially, this passage is about ending capital punishment. The author is saying that if you want to execute someone, you are against Gandhiji and Dr. Ambedkar, and therefore, clearly, Gandhiji and Dr. Ambedkar were entirely against capital punishment. That should be your answer, right? At least I think that should be the correct answer. If you look at option number B, Indian officials are fully aware that is not an assumption for this statement at least. The act of carrying out execution inherently violates the principle. But was Dr. Ambedkar also party to the non-violence? That we don't know, right? So this is something that we have to assume that he was also somebody who believed in non-violence. So Gandhiji believed in non-violence was here, but Ambedkar also, that you have to assume. So therefore, the assumption is that Gandhi and Dr. Ambedkar were entirely against capital punishment. So not C, not D. So best answer A. All right, let's look at the next one. Here you are. As a first step, this will require, okay, I'm going to hold on. You will read and identify the answer. Kartikeya, capital punishment is death penalty. They're the same thing, no? All right, let's take a look at this one. The question here. Okay. Now, which can be most reasonably inferred from the passage? Let's find out. All right, I'm waiting for your answers, everyone. Okay, let's take a minute and read this passage. It says, as a first step, this will require filing of fresh mercy petitions to the president for the convicts whose mercy petitions have already been rejected, which they have the right to do on new grounds. After all, it's a matter of life and death. So, whenever the convicts have some new grounds, they can file fresh mercy petitions. So, therefore, they will fill up these fresh mercy petitions. Then, as a second step, this will require more diligent and deliberate consideration. So, you will need to do it more carefully. The consideration of the new mercy petitions will have to be done in a more serious, very sincere, very deliberate. You have to think out everything. The unseemly haste, that means very quickly how they did, of the four Nirbhaya case convicts are being rejected. That was how they were rejected, is a travesty. Travesty means it's a mockery, it's a joke of the mercy petition. They did it like in one day. President COVID took 272 days to consider and reject his first mercy petition. The Nirbhaya convicts petitions, two of them were rejected in one day, the third one in 3 days. How did that happen? That the first petition took 272 days and these three were done within 3 days. And the reasons were not even made public. So the people, the petitioners, they do not have their constitutional right to seek executive pardon, right? So the Supreme Court's contention, the idea that the Supreme Court is saying that once all the material is presented, we assume that he has applied his mind even within this one day. Why? Because he's a high official, and that is unconvincing. This is every official must be demonstrably, that means visibly accountable for his decisions, whatever his decision is. So, what can you most reasonably infer or understand from this? The process of rejecting mercy petitions is arbitrary and inconsistent. If one was rejected in 272 days and the other was rejected in one day, there is surely some arbitrariness and inconsistency. Mercy petitions in India are always decided hastily. No, there was one that took 272 days. So, not always. The president is not required to justify the registration. So, here he says that you should be demonstrably accountable. So, he is required. So, cannot infer. The Supreme Court has ensured that justice is upheld in the rejection. But this is also not mentioned because it says it is unconvincing. So that means you cannot say that Supreme Court has ensured. So not D. So the best answer will be option number A. That the process of rejecting it is very arbitrary and inconsistent. We don't know if it was really done like that. All right. Okay, here's your third part of the passage. C can have two interpretations. How? Tell me. The president is not required to justify the rejection, but he is. It says that every official must be demonstrably accountable. So, visibly, you have to be accountable for your answer. Well, even if it is a moral this thing or a statutory one, no, the statutory one, if it were there, then the president couldn't have taken 1 day only or 3 days, right? So it is not a statutory one that you have to take 100 days or 10 days or 50 days. That's not given. So it is a moral one only. Yeah. So it's a moral requirement. I have a duty and I have to be responsible for it. So if I am taking 1 day to respond to a mercy petition, I have read thousands of pages of documentation, which in case of a mercy petition will be at least 1,000 pages. It can't be 1 or 2 pages, because see, the if a case has come to a mercy petition, that means it's gone from the district court to the high court to the supreme court, then to the president, you see. So there will be lots of documentation. So assuming that the president has rejected in 1 day means that he has read it in 1 day, correct? So there is, even if there is no statutory requirement, there has to be some moral responsibility, na? That if you're rejecting it in 1 day, you have to be able to say that, yeah, here are all the pages that I read and here are all the notes that I made. So that's what. Okay, third, we need a new understanding. Read and then we will answer this question. All right, let's read this part and see what he is saying. So, the third is we need a new understanding of the unique role of clemency power. Clemency means pardon. So, in the Indian context, what is this uniqueness? Clemency means a disposition to be merciful and compassionate. The nature is to be merciful, and in particular to moderate the severity of punishment awarded through the justice system. So, the justice system gives you some sort of very strict, severe punishment. Clemency is to be pardoned. Clemency can never be used to enhance, it can't be used to increase the punishment. It responds to the human struggle over how to reconcile laws called to justice with hearts called to mercy, says Carol Stryker in her review of Professor Linda Meyer's path-breaking study, 2010 study, The Justice of Mercy. So, clemency is that law says do justice, the heart says give mercy. So, that is what clemency is, the heart's call to mercy. Okay. Okay. The author includes Carol Stryker's statement in order to. Why does he include Stryker's statement? What is the reason? Harshal says A, Purva says A. I'm waiting for more answers. Colors of Life says A. So author has included Stryker's statement because Stryker is talking about what is clemency, right? That clemency is responding, that means you are responding to the human struggle over reconciling justice with mercy. So it highlights the philosophical tension between justice and mercy in the concept of clemency. So, what is clemency? The tension between justice and mercy. Criticize the lack of understanding of clemency in the Indian legal system. But she does not do that, right? It does not say that the Indian legal system has or does not have the lack of understanding of clemency. So, B would not be there because it is something that is alien to us. Provide scholarly support to reinforce the moral argument for clemency. Okay, this could be a choice to provide some sort of scholarly support to reinforce that clemency is morally right. Okay, I'll put a question mark on this. Advocate for abolishing the death penalty. Well, she does not. The author does not advocate for abolishing the death penalty, at least not here, right? So, what he has tried to do is talk about what is clemency and to use the description by Carol Stryker to talk about what is clemency, what is it all about, right? So it's not really providing scholarly support, rather it is highlighting this tension between, there is one side you have the call to be just, fair, legal, the other side you have this call to be humane. That that tension between the two is highlighted through this statement. All right, let's look at the next one. Yeah, let's read the next. All right, I'm assuming you're through with this. Let's go to the question from this passage. Okay. So, which of the following conclusions can be most reasonably drawn from the passage? The clemency power of the executive, separate and outside the judicial system, reflects the recognition of the fact that judicial process does not yet have the analytical tools to measure, calibrate, and apply the most important values that make us human and constitute our republic: compassion, kindness, and non-violence. It is not a power to excuse or condemn the wrongfulness of the criminal act. It is simply a power to temper means reduce punishment with the highest values of humanity. Because non-violence is the moral mandate accepted and observed by the people of India, clemency power in the Indian context is a sacred trust to uphold and apply the principle of non-violence to criminal punishment by reducing as much as possible the violence in the punishment. Clemency power is the non-violence clause of the Indian Constitution. All right, let's read this and answer it. What conclusion can you draw? The Indian judicial system is incapable of delivering justice? No. Clemency is used exclusively to pardon convicts? No. Clemency power allows the executive to override judicial decisions without justification? No. It exists to align criminal punishment with humanity's highest values. And yes, that should be your answer. Right? Did everyone get this one right? Yes. Okay. Let's look at the last part of this passage and then we will continue with the next passage. Okay, here's your question. Here's your this thing. Let's take a look and find out what your answers are. All right, I'm getting some answers from you guys. So the danger is not that in republics the victim of law will too often escape punishment by a pardon, but that the power will not be sufficiently exerted in cases where public feeling accompanies the prosecution and assigns the ultimate doom to persons. So what he's essentially saying is that public opinion should not dictate legal decisions. Why? Because you may not be able to use clemency in emotionally charged cases. For example, in the case of Nirbhaya, they could not do it. They had to fast track the killing of the four, right? So therefore you could not do that. So therefore that is what he's saying. So B is a good choice of answer for us. Not A, B both, Kartike, but just B. Okay. All right. Let's do the next one. This is a passage which has 5 or 6 questions. Very interesting, very sweet passage. Yes. Have you read the passage? Can I take you to the questions now? Peeps? Yeah. Okay. So, from the passage, it is evident that Saru's desire to find his mother ended up being a distant dream, inspired him to use Google satellite feature intermittently, waned as time went on, or did not slacken till he succeeded. So, ended up being a distant dream, no, inspired him to use Google satellite feature intermittently. No, he relentlessly used it. So, no. When did it go down? No. So, did not slacken till he succeeded. He found her, right? So, therefore, D is a good choice. All right, these very apps have snatched away the joys of long nature walks. What is the author saying? He has satirized nature, he's metaphorized apps, he's personified them. He has done none of these. Which of these will be a valid answer? So, satirized nature means he has made a satire out of nature. He's metaphorized apps. He has made a metaphor out of apps. He's personified it, or none of these. Has he used some sort of satire in this statement? No. Has he used some sort of a comparison in this statement? No. Has he used personification? Apps have snatched away the joy. So, of course, he has used personification. None of the above, no. So, the correct answer should be C. He has personified apps. All right. From the passage, one can conclude that what can you conclude? It is impossible for people to reduce the usage of apps. There is a direct correlation between loneliness and excessive usage of social media apps. The usage of technology is as essential for mental health as food and water is for physical health. All senior citizens are lonely because they are not tech savvy. Excuse me. Yes. Waiting for your answers. So, can I say it is impossible for people to reduce the usage? No, that's not something I can conclude. Is there a direct correlation between loneliness and excessive usage of social media apps? Yes. Okay. Usage of technology is essential for mental health? No. All citizens are lonely because they're not tech savvy? No, that's not correct. So the best answer is option number B, that there is a direct correlation between the two. Very good. Let's look at question number 9. From the passage, it can be inferred that presently in many educational institutions, the number of teachers who pass the buck to psychologists is on the rise. Special emphasis is being laid on the mental and emotional health of students. Usage of educational apps is being discouraged significantly, and all students feel the need to be counseled by psychologists. Tell me. What is the correct answer? Find out for me. Okay, I'm getting B as the answer. Chandralekha, Kartike, Purva, strong woman. All of you are giving me B, colors of life. All of you are giving me B as the answer. Yes, it is. That special emphasis is being laid on the mental and emotional health. Yes, that is what is mentioned in this last paragraph. The rest are not really to be inferred. Okay. All right. Question number 10. In the concluding paragraph, the writer's tone can be described as optimistic, despairing, laudatory, apologetic. In this part of the passage, what is he? Is he optimistic? Is he laudatory? Is he despairing? Is he apologetic? Laudatory is praising, but he is not praising anyone. So I can eliminate that. Apologetic means to feel sorry for something, but he's not feeling sorry also. Despair, to be like to think that nothing can be done, to be very sad, but he's not sad also. So the best answer, optimistic. It's never too late. Look at this line. Regardless how alarming the situation might be, it is never too late. So, from this line, we know that the author is being very optimistic. Yeah, there is no other answer that's possible other than being optimistic. Okay, the next one. Okay, here is the next passage. And then after this, we will do one more passage from the sample paper. All right, read. All right. Have you read the passage? People, boys and girls, my lovely folks, have you read the passage? I'm assuming you have. The Kiladi site was a very interesting one, right? Okay, here's your first question. Let's read this question. So, the origins lay in the northern Gangetic Plain, which urbanized earlier. The Indus Valley was the first urban civilization. Second urbanization was known to be in the Magadh Empire. Or is it D, both A and B? Yes, Mannat has started by giving me the first answer of this set. Come on, Mannat. Very good. Mannat says D, Purva says D, Strong Woman says D. I'm waiting for more people to answer. Come on, guys. So the correct answer here was D, which was both A and B. Correct? We got it here that the Gangetic Plain urbanized significantly earlier and that Indus Valley was the first one, right? First urbanization. So that was given, both A and B was given, so answer was D. All right, question number 12. The Kiladi excavations further challenge the idea of a single fountainhead of Indian life. So we are saying that it is not one fountain and not one place from where Indian life has come, right? So what is it that we are really saying? Is it that dominant theories of urban and modern life came about in ancient India were proved wrong? That neither the Indus Valley nor the ancient urban civilization of Magadha are clear explanations of how urban life emerged in Kiladi region? Or that the Kiladi archaeological dig proved that Indian urban and modern life emerged independently in several historical periods and geographies, and that no one theory is enough to explain it? Or is it D? Which of these? The correct answer here would be C, that the Kiladi site proved that there were different places, right? And there's not one theory. The single fountainhead idea was challenged. So therefore, there is not one eye place, right? So therefore, C. All right, question number 13. Let's take a look. So, language, including a script which is similar to the Brahmi script, emerged in Kiladi in the 6th century BC. Which of the following is the most convincing conclusion from this statement? All right. So I hope you got the answer as option number C. Did you? If you did, then that was the correct answer. Yeah. Very, very clearly, the passage has said this thing that uh, the urban history could be significantly altered by these findings. Right? So, correct answer, option number C. Very good. And I think all of you did get this one right. Okay, let's go to the next question. That's question number 14. All right, let's take a look. So BCE is what? Before the Common Era, right? Not before Christ, not colloquial, not chapel, none of these, right? Was this given anywhere in the passage? Or you just guessed it? I think you just would have guessed it, correct? All right. A farmer could write his own name on a pot he owned. The fight going on here is you are not the one to teach me to write. I have learnt it myself. These sentences imply what? That the Kiladi civilization was an inegalitarian one. That the Kilari civilization did not conserve access to education and literacy only for the elite. That the farmers were also potters. Or is it D, all of the above? All right, that's interesting. Very interesting passage and very interesting question. So, this question, the correct answer that it was an inegalitarian one will be incorrect. It was an egalitarian society, right? So, therefore, they did not conserve access to education and literacy only for the elite, right? So, not C, not D. The correct answer was B. I hope you all got this one. Yes, very good. Okay, that brings us to the last passage for today, which is again a CLAT sample mock passage. Let's do this one. Read and then we will discuss it. All right, I assume you have read the passage, have you? So it talks about debate on universal basic income having intensified across both developed and developing nations. Why? Because the traditional welfare structure is not able to handle contemporary economic volatility. The central premise, the idea of the UBI is that everyone will get same money, which will be simple, transparent, and universal. The proponents, that means people who are supporting it, say that as automation will come in, people will not have a basic income, so this will be necessary. Advocates also say that UBI has potential to reduce bureaucratic layers, eliminate exclusion, empower beneficiaries also. And yet there are deep political and ethical dilemmas. Unconditional cash transfer will make people, uh, you know uh, the basis of welfare will be very different. So there's no demonstrable need, and yet you are getting benefits. It may inadvertently legitimize low wage market, that everybody will have low wage because people are already getting subsistence level income. Then there may be inflationary pressure, and long term fiscal sustainability will be difficult. In an emerging economy like India, debate has many layers of complexity, even more, because there are wide disparities. Uh, if you remove the in kind welfare with just UBI, then there may be other new vulnerabilities, right? Especially when the public good is not funded enough. Now, some places you've had targeted pilots and you've seen improvement in nutrition, asset ownership, financial decision making. So it may just help also. Ultimately, the larger question confronting governments is not whether just UBI is desirable, but whether it can be integrated into the existing ecosystem without compromising equity, financial prudence, or long term human development. Very interesting passage. Huh? Something that's very CLAT level. This is how a CLAT level passage should be. All right, here's your first question. What is the primary point author conveys about UBI? It is a universally effective welfare solution. It offers potential benefits but involves ethical, fiscal, and structural challenges. Developing countries should adopt UBI over existing welfare schemes, or automation makes UBI inevitable. That's your question. What a lovely passage this is. So it's a universally effective welfare solution. No, the author has not said like this. It has potential benefits, but there are challenges. Yes, he has said something like this. Developing countries should adopt. No, he does not say they should. He says there are challenges. It makes UBI inevitable. No. So the best answer for us will be option number 2. Right? Okay, question number 7. What overall tone does the passage convey? Is it highly celebratory, cautiously analytical, skeptical and dismissive, or alarmist? Alarmist means scaring people. Oh my God, this is going to be very good. Oh my God, this is going to be very bad. Something like that. What is the author doing here? He's scaring you. Of course, it's not celebratory. Let's eliminate it. It's not alarmist also. Is not his intention is not to scare you, right? Is he skeptical and dismissive? Does he dismiss it? Does it say, oh, do away with it, it's useless? No. So he is cautiously analytical. He is cautious. He's saying, oh, we must be very careful. And yet he's analyzing the good things, the bad things. And you see in the passage, he has talked about the good things, also spoken about the bad things. So therefore, analytical works very well for us for this question. Right? Shubhi, Parnika, Purva, Adoksh, Kartike, all of you. Yes, very nice. Mannat, Chandralekha, Divyanshu. Excellent. Very good, you guys. All right, the next one. Question number 8. Which conclusion can be drawn about UBL's possible impact on UBI's possible impact on employers? It could alter employer behavior in unexpected ways. It replaces public goods like education and healthcare. It's always fiscally sustainable. Existing welfare schemes are entirely ineffective. So, which of these is the correct answer? All right. Chandralekha says one, Adoksh says one, Parnika says one, Purva says one, Colors of Life say one. So many of you are saying, yes, it could alter employer behavior in unexpected ways. It replaces public goods like education, yes, but is it about impact on employers? No. It is always fiscally sustainable. It always is such an extreme word, guys. Remember, we are not looking at statements which have extreme words like all, always, no, never, must, will, necessarily, and so on. Existing welfare schemes are entirely ineffective. Now, again, entirely again is an extreme word. So, eliminate that, right? So, your correct answer will be option number one. Okay, let's look at question number 9. With reference to India, what can be deduced about UBI implementation? Nationwide feasibility has been conclusively proven. Vulnerable households may face risk if public service remain underfunded. India can completely replace in-kind transfers with UBI. Pilot studies show no measurable benefits. Take a look. Question number 9, guys. Okay, again, look for the options here. Very beautifully constructed. Nationwide feasibility has been conclusively proven. The word conclusive is extreme, so not option 1. Vulnerable households may face risk if public service remain underfunded. Quite a possible choice. India can completely replace in-kind transfer with UBI. No. Pilot studies show no measurable benefits. Extreme. See, 3 out of 4 options are extreme. Only option 2 works well for us, and that should be our correct answer. Let's look at question number 10. If a new paragraph were to be added to this passage, what would it cover? Would it cover origins of capitalism? Would it cover lessons from hybrid UBI experiments in other nations? History of industrial revolutions or biographies of UBI policymakers? What will come next after this? Come on, guys. Very quickly. Not origins of capitalism. Why will we discuss? Why will we discuss history of industrial revolutions? Why will we also discuss biographies of UBI policymakers? No. So the only question, the only option that can work is what lessons that we have taken or we can take from other nations. And that should be the correct answer. Right? I hope you got that. Okay. All right, so that was the fourth passage that we have done today from the CLAT sample mock. From what I have understood and what you should understand is that the level of difficulty of the sample mock was not very difficult. But please understand that this is a sample mock. It may not be reflective of the actual mock. So please be careful. Okay, quick announcement. CLAT 2026 exam day. Right after the exam, you will click here to get your first impressions, exam analysis, paper solving, score calculator, and rank predictor. All of this will be live, of course. We will all be there with you guys, holding your hand throughout the CLAT 26 exam day. All right. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask me now. Otherwise, we'll wrap up the session right after this. Question hour. Now, for anyone who has any questions, any thoughts. Guys, when you're writing your exam, please remember, be very cool in mind. Make sure that you have your admit card, your ID card, your everything very clearly with you. Okay? That should be there. Make sure you have it. Guys, just Yeah. So okay, so thoughts that I have, please make sure that your admit card is there. Okay, please carry a transparent water bottle, transparent one, just a normal plastic kinley or something. Okay, if they have allowed you, then carry stationery, pen or pencil. Okay, do not wear any jewelry, please understand, no jewelry please. Okay, that means no earrings, no studs, no rings, no kadas, no chains. Please take off all your jewelry, because in the exam it becomes very problematic. They ask you to take it off. Okay, so do not wear, don't wear a watch, don't wear anything. Okay, that's very important. Take it off the night before. Take off everything that you're wearing, all jewelry. Okay, this is for the boys and girls. Do not carry a clutcher, a large clutcher. Just tie your hair with a rubber band or a small plastic, because they make you take that off also. Okay, last minute tips for the exam. So this is for the exam day. Huh? Make sure you know where your center is. That's also very important. Now, as far as the exam is concerned, please understand the pattern could change, but your preparation is there. So don't worry if the pattern change happens. I don't think it will happen, but if it does, don't panic. All you need to do is get started, do the first passage, go to the last passage, do 1 2 3 4, sequentially keep solving your paper. Okay, yes, analog watch is allowed, absolutely. Please solve your paper sequentially. You can keep going section wise. Within the section, do it sequentially. For English and logical, don't panic. Remember, the questions are fairly easy. Okay, all that we have taught you, remember, there's a difference between assumption and inference. Assumption will be true before the statement. Inference is something that you conclude from the passage. Okay, all right, anything else that you want to ask me, if there are any questions? I don't have any last minute tips. All you need to do is start with your thoughts. Come on, guys, any doubts, any questions, or we will wrap up the session. I think we've had a very long session. I hope I've been able to help you. Do go through your legal maxims, go through your GK, and that's it. No, Mannat, you will have to remove all the chains and all. They make you take it off. And then there you will lose it, because if you leave it there, then you will not be able to get it also. So take it off at home. I know there are things that you wear for religious beliefs, but they make you take it off. So I ideally, please take it off. It will make your life easily. Yeah, if you've completed the sample paper 15 minutes, 5 or 10 minutes early, that's good. Absolutely. That is very good, Rishit, because that essentially means that you have a grip on your paper. So, yeah. And also, I will say one thing, that the sample paper was very easy. Okay, it's a sample paper. Yes, shoes are allowed. Absolutely. Shoes, jackets, winter wear is allowed, of course. You're in Delhi, it will be cold. You can't not wear a jacket, right? So, so shoes are definitely allowed. No worries for that. Okay. You can carry a transparent pencil pouch in which you can keep your admit card, your Aadhaar card, and if you have any stationery, you can keep it there. Well, Divyanshu, my sweetheart, I actually don't solve math, so I don't know. So therefore, that's something that I have no comments on. English and logical, I have comments on. They were fairly easy. Okay. You're welcome, Sukriti. Generally, these things create problems. So if you don't wear them, it is easier for you. Make sure you get to the center on time so that you do not panic. Okay. And do shade your OMR very properly. Do it in on page wise basis. So every page transfer the answers to the OMR sheet, checking the number, because if you get one number wrong, the entire set will go wrong. So every page, let's say there are 5 questions on a page, solve and then transfer it. Okay, that's very helpful. So transfer your OMRs page wise OMRs should be marked. Okay, don't wait for the end of the exam. No, analog watch is allowed. No, they don't ask you to remove your analog watches. Those are allowed. See, sometimes they may not ask you to take off jewelry, but what if they do? Then it is a problem, right? Because then your parents have gone home and now you're stuck inside the exam center. What do you do? So, therefore, it is easier that ways, right? All right. I think we'll stop now, guys. If you have no more questions, shall I stop? Shall we end the session? All the best to all of you. May God bless you. May all your efforts come to fruition. May you do very, very well, guys. Once you are done with the exam, do check in with your center or do check in with us. And do make sure that you respond back to us as to what you have done. And do join in for the first impression, the analysis. Do put your scores into the score calculator and the rank predictor so that you get your ranks. And of course, the paper solving will happen with you guys. Thank you so much. Bye bye. God bless you. We are with you, yeah? Always. Cheers. Break a leg, everyone.